Hello, hello, hello. How's it going, everybody? Just checking on some messages before I fully put my brain in streamer mode. I would say it's weird, Tzeentch is coaching Queek. You realize he's teaching him how to run. It makes perfect sense. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, that's pretty good. Alright, we don't need the blocker right now. I'll obviously talk about that quite a bit. I was just setting it up. How's it going, friends? We posted a poll on the YouTube community side. I asked if people wanted to just see me grind games out and play, or if they wanted a kind of like, let's see how I exactly worded it. Might as well pull it up instead of being vague. Your channel. YouTube keeps making this harder and harder to find my own channel. So Human Boy grinds games and wins all of them, got 23% of the vote. Coaching stream, telling players their mistakes, got 28%. Shut the fuck up, Doug, you fucking skunk, got 40%. And option 3 is for the real ones, got 9%. If you don't know what that reference is from, it's the I Think You Should Leave. It's a very funny show that Grace and I quote all the time. And if you didn't know that, get the fuck out of here! Get out of here! I don't want to hear from you. Get out. Sound good? Sounds good. Oh boy. So, how the stream's gonna work is I'll play games here and there. If I don't have someone's replay to review, I'll be playing games, or if I just need a break from looking at replays, I'll be playing. But people can direct message me in Discord, 1 replay per person. And I'll go through it and like take a look at your build and the matchup you're in, tell you how I would play it, tell you if I would change anything about the build, whether I like your build, whether I see what your build's doing, so maybe tweaks, and then we go through the game and look at each command you made and like, do I like how you approach the fight? Do I like how your micro executed? Because it's like, oh, I like what you were trying to do, but your micro was too slow, so then it didn't work out, so obviously you just need to click faster, but like you had a right idea, or is it you weren't clicking fast enough, but also this right here is a bad idea, like you're charging knights into halberds and that's not going to work out, right? So yeah, just more of a deep dive into how I think things go. 2 disclaimers that I will be repeating throughout the video because I'm just not interested in those conversations. 1, it's my opinion. Like, this game is complicated and big, and there's multiple ways to look at the game and play the game. And you look at people like Alfredino, who plays really good kite and all that kind of stuff, and then you look at players like Flying Taco, who's usually a lot better about rushing and doesn't kite as much, but now he kites with his ogres a bit. But like, different players see the game in different ways, they play differently, so you're asking me how I would play it, so I'm going to answer how I would play it. And the other thing is if you took a build that you like because you think it is fun, and then I say you should take something else if you want to win, if you just want to play for fun, take whatever build you want. I don't give a fuck. Do whatever. But if I assume if you're sending me something, you want information on how to get a higher win percentage. So I will tell you what you can do to get a higher win percentage. But if you don't want my advice, or my advice sounds boring, then don't take it. I don't care. I'm not going to lean over your shoulder and be like, you didn't listen to me. I don't give a fuck. Like, it's fine. Because sometimes when I give advice things or whatever, people just, people get like a little mad. And they're like, oh, well, that sounds so boring and so lame. I'm like, all right, then don't do it. It's your life. You do what you want to do. So while we have people sending in replays and stuff, I did just queue up on Vermin League. So I have a best of 3 to play with Pigman. If you want to start sending in those replays, I'll check them out after this. BO3. I'm player 2, so I don't have to do shit. Rat, host the game. Invite Pigman. Okay, let's get a blocker up. Your replays can be Conquest or land battles. I don't care. Either one's fine. I just don't do domination because I'm not good at domination, so I don't have any relevant advice. Like, I'm not gonna be able to help you. You shouldn't have done that, or I don't know. That was a mistake, I think. So yeah, I'm just terrible at domination, so who gives a fuck what I think about it. Alright, he's going Demons of Chaos, High Elves, and Dark Elves ban Skaven. We global ban Dwarves and Empires, so you won't be seeing those. Demons of Chaos, High Elves, Dark Elves. Demons of Chaos, High Elves, Dark Elves. I'm tempted to play Bretonnia into that pick 3. Tempted. But I'm worried if he goes Demons of Chaos. But I can ban one, right? Yeah, so I could get Bretonnia versus High Elves or Dark Elves. Let's do that. Brett, ban Demons. Brett's usually pretty strong with the Elves. I'm very out of practice with Bretonnia because they've been so boring for so long that I just stopped playing them. But we'll see if I can remember it good enough. Do you want to send you replays or want advice for the new players? It's up to you, dude. But, like, Pigman's a really, really good player. Sipa's a really good player, so if those guys send me replays, I'll offer my advice, but they're probably going to disagree with a lot of it, because they're either as good of players as I am right now, or they're better than me, so then, But, like, it's up to you. If you want to send me something, that's cool. Alright, he's going Dark Elves. Brett into Dark Elves. Your micro is always too slow, Rambo. Yeah, for the last like 6 months I've been busy and I haven't been as in practice, so my micro is really fucking slow and it pisses me off. Which the answer is just practice more. But makes me so sad that I am super slow right now. Okay. So we're going Brett versus Dark Elves, so I'm prepping for Dark Elves. He's sitting on Bretonnia because he's a tool, but he'll figure it out and get on Dark Elves soon enough. Oh, Brett into Dark Elves. I'm thinking. I am doing the big think. How big is that? That's honestly not that crazy. Yeah. Not that crazy. Still thinking. Which is allowed. I've checked. Can I get those? Does it matter? Do I want those? But what can I get besides those? Because if that's what you can get, then that's what you can get. He said talking to himself behind a blocker because fuck you, you don't get to know. You don't get to know shit! What's the point? See, that's the real question is, what's the point? If I'm just doing stupid shit, then nothing matters. Yeah, this is probably the best I'm gonna do here. Ready. Okay, checking on chat. My old man, 30, micros the death me. I'm 32! Great Book of Grudges, what? Why did you hummus ... me? Reponse or no balls? Reponse is fun for the haha silly streams, but when I'm trying to actually, like, practice and get better, because I haven't been able to much over the last 6 months, I am going to take a serious build. Grail Guardians time? I did take Grail Guardians. I didn't want to answer that question while we were still loading in, but I took Grail Guardians. Their melee defense is crazy high, and the anti-large of Grail Knights is good, but it's not, like, super fucking crazy. And Coldwood Knights actually have piss poor melee attack until Murderous Prowess pops. So I think the Grail Knights 60 melee defense could actually make them really, really tanky against the Coldwood Knights. And I've been rather impressed with Grail Guardians when I've seen Bretonnian replays, and Grail Knights still feel good, but like Grail Guardians might just be better. They're only 50 gold more. Doggo wants to join the stream? Yeah, she's upstairs barking at something. Rambo? You're just kidding? I mean, you're not wrong. Like, my micro is definitely one of my weaker parts because I'm just out of practice, which, you know, that tracks. That makes sense. You don't keep practicing your micro slips. So here's what we ended up with for this build. When I was saying to myself, what's the point? I had a very stalwart front line, but then I didn't take any archers, so why did I need a stalwart front line? So I downgraded some of my peasant long spears and men-at-arms polemen into peasant mobs and just got more knights. Roughly the plan is this. The infantry is just to pressure the dark shards and dark elves, and they're all pretty cheap. It's to just push the dark elves back. And then we went with as many knights as we could possibly do because, I mean, yes, Bretonnia things, but also peasant bowmen are going to have a hard time in this matchup. They're good at shooting at witch elves, and that's really about it. If the enemy has a dragon lord, they're going to soul stealer heal themselves up, plus I don't have armor piercing missiles, so I'm not going to be able to really punish them that hard. Was some of my thinking on that front. I want Grail Guardians on the flanks. I want Knights of the Realm in the middle. Sorry. So the archers aren't going to be able to really punish a dragon lord that hard unless my opponent massively fucks up, which betting on your opponent to massively fuck up isn't usually a great strategy. So the dragon's out. Well, if he has enemy ranged, he's either going to have dark shards that are shielded, or he's going to have Scourge Runner chariots, neither of which my archers are very good against. So okay, countering the enemy ranged is out. Well, if he has knights, I have better knights, so I should win the knight fight anyway. And it's like, wait, what are these archers for in this matchup? And my answer was, I don't know, but witch elves are going to blitz through my front line if he brought witch elves. So even if the archers are shoot witch elves, which they're okay at, he's going to get through my front line so fast if he brought witch elves that they won't have much time to sit and shoot. So it's like, in my mind, and I could be wrong, but in my mind, I either can't defend the archers or there's going to be nothing for them to do. So why bother bringing them and just bring more knights? And generally the high elf and dark elf matchups are thought of as favored for Bretonnia because the elves just fucking hate attrition. And Bretonnia, we're bringing a ton of healing. We're bringing a ton of healing, bringing a lot of knights, and we're just going to force them to grind through our bodies, in which case we'll probably win that engagement. As I counter an overcasted Melkoth with an Earthblood, I'm feeling pretty good about that trade so far. But he did bring Scourge Runner chariots, so let's slow our knights down. Our knights can always catch up to our infantry, but we're gonna have the infantry walk way up and maybe waste some of these guys' ammo. I brought the Fey Enchantress for just a super cheap Earthblood caster because my build is super wide, so I want to spread the healing love out a little bit. And also, she has crazy spell resist. She has crazy spell resist, so I'm not worried about Soul Stealer or Doombolt sniping onto my Fey Enchantress. And whenever he Melkoths, I Earthblood. Okay. He's cycle charging his chariots into my peasant spears, but there's also a bit of who cares in it. Gotta give them their attack orders. My infantry are gonna blob up a little bit, but that's not as big of a deal with this type of build. Where I don't care if I win the infantry fight at all. Like, look at the peasants literally routed on the charge. I don't give a single fuck. I don't give a fuck at all. But what we do give a fuck about is charging those Witch Elves. Witch Elves are not good against charges at all. They have a pretty bad time. I'm gonna buff up these guys, and I'm gonna throw a Comet behind them. Let's flank these Dark Shards a little bit. Okay. Some of our knights are taking a lot of damage, but it happens. I didn't bring my Fey Enchantress's Mortis engine because it's pretty ineffectual, so that's why I'm not trying to engage her in melee combat or anything, because I literally don't care. These Knights of the Realm need to go in, as these Knights Errant continue to just run up the sides. We're getting a pretty good engagement in the middle. And we are fighting on top of my spears, which is pretty great for me. Nice Earthblood down the middle. Need to get some of my peasants back into the fight. Keep sandwiching over here. These Coldland Knights are taking forever to die. Man, these Coldland Knights are taking forever to die. Marathi's trying to get the Fey Enchantress, so I gotta do a bit of scurrying. Yep. I'm gonna run her near my knights so I can heal her and my knights at the same time. Okay. I swear I gave these guys orders. Oh, it was on a Marathi who then started flying, so they just got canceled. Okay, got it. Gotta rally the lads. I just didn't want to cancel my own comet cast, but did want to get those going.
Bretonnia, with haste. Post haste. Swiftly, moving back.
Those damned Coldland Knights are just not going anywhere. Damn. Yeah, it's GG. Still, Scourge Runner's a good amount of ammo. Marathi, Double Master, fine, and my forces are entirely attritioned out. So there's nothing I can do about that. In hindsight, I should have tried to bait as many of the Witch Elves Witch's Brew out as possible, and then just back off and like wait all of those out. But I honestly thought Grail Knights would do better versus Coldland Knights, but Coldland Knights were just power fisting everything I had and not taking any damage, which was a huge bummer. Those Coldland Knight buffs hurt, man. Yeah. I felt like I got good engagements on all of them, because there were so many fights where Coldland Knights were fighting on top of my spears, and still the Coldland Knights came out on top, which is insane. Did they overbuff Dark Elves? No, but that is hugely annoying. Fuck you, Coldland Knights. Fuck you. GG. It was a kind of close game. Just couldn't quite overcome those Coldland Knights. Because I was rear charging some of them too, and they just wouldn't route. Their leadership was completely solid. Alright, on to game 2. Sword of Torgald. That's a terrible Skaven map. Sword of Torgald. I'll check chat in a second. I just want to do my picks and bans so Pigman can start thinking before I get distracted. Let's do Skaven. I've really been enjoying lizards, so I'm gonna put Lizardmen on there. I'm not the best at lizards, but I'm enjoying them a lot, so I'm kind of practicing them. And Wood Elves. Ban Skaven, Lizardmen, Wood Elves. I have 2 good picks into Demons, so I don't need to ban Demons. Let's ban Tzeentch. I don't know if I want to deal with Tzeentch fuckery. Yeah, I'm not that scared of Tzeentch. That just sounds annoying. What about Tomb Kings? I have 2 things I can deal with Tomb Kings. I'll just ban Tzeentch. Yeah, I don't deal with Tzeentch fuckery. I think technically Skaven and Wood Elves can deal with Tzeentch, but I've not played the Wood Elf matchup with Tzeentch forever, so if he bans my Skaven, I'm just like extremely uncomfortable, and I don't want to fight a top tier faction with 2 factions I don't know how to play it. Offhand. I don't need peasant archers, 4 dark riders of crossbows incoming. Yeah, that would be kind of tough. Is there a queue to play against the Mahdi? I was on the Vermin League bot, but I'm also going to be stopping and reviewing random people's replays to send me some stuff. Seeing Demons of Chaos as a bannable faction is wild. Yeah, the demon buffs are all really good. Ban Skaven, pick Tomb Kings. Alright, so you went Tomb Kings. I'll grab Lizards or Wood Elves. Honestly, both is pretty good. We'll do Wood Elves. Actually, yeah, both are really good. Chat, Lizardmen or Wood Elves, either's fine. Versus Tomb Kings. First to 3. He banned Skaven again. Yeah, that's pretty typical. I mean, like, my Skaven are much better than all my other faction picks. And Skaven are strong right now, so it makes sense. Wood Elves, Lizards, Wood Elves, Wood Elves. Alright, Wood Elves won. Chat says Wood Elves. Alright, let's play some Wood Elves. Pigman said they're way worse into Tomb Kings, but I am less sure. I'm thinking. Give me a second to think, please. Okay, that's interesting. Not particularly useful, but that's interesting. Okay, so we grab that. And then I could probably use some of you. Ah, but you are le cringe. Fuck. Okay, that's fine. Do I even want a different? There are so many Wood Elf flags. What the hell? I just want the original. I always go Talzin. It's a classic. Actually, I wonder, how expensive would this be? Ooh, yeah, you're very expensive, even on foot. I mean, how expensive are you with what I wanted? 600 gold? I can maybe make that work, actually. But is it worth it just for that? $1,000 gold for you on foot is insane. Yeah, it's insane. Nope, not taking that. Alright, back to the original thing. That, and then cut all these. Just get that. Then, what did I cut? Ah, I cut you. Got it. Double trees go. Maybe. Adi the Fox is queuing on Vermin League. Why would you do that to him? Never recommend he go there. My God. Alright, we're just waiting for Pigman to ready up. So far, 2 people have sent me replays to review. So if I lose this game, then I'll go reviews those. If I win this game, I have to go to game 3 and then I'll review. But if anybody else wants us to take a look at their stuff, DM me on Discord. I wonder how bad Durthu loses the RR Cat. Yeah, I don't think that this is a good matchup to go Durthu and trees in general. Tomb Kings have an abundance of armor-piercing missiles between their Sepulchral Stalkers and Ushabti Greatbows, and the Chosen of the Gods are amazing against Durthu because he's so tall, their spread arrows will hit him multiple times. Bone Giants are very good against Durthu, and then the Arwar Necrosphinx does fire damage, which is better against Durthu, and it's really good armor-piercing and stuff. I don't think you take Durthu here at all. I went extremely wide. This is my old Wood Elf build, so we'll see how it does. I mean, the Tomb Kings have changed a lot since I made this build, but looking at it, I still think it covers everything I need it to, which I'm waiting for it to load up before I talk about it, but no, I didn't take Durthu. The Tomb Kings are really good at sniping out Wood Elf single entities, whether before Durthu was even good, it's like, I mean, they're still really good at killing flying units with Sepulchral Stalkers and Ushabti Greatbows and stuff, so I tend to go with a Footcaster. So this time I brought Flock of Doom. Sometimes I'll bring Earthblood or Melkoths, but in the current meta, Flock of Doom's really good. And my build currently doesn't have a ton of infantry killing, like Tomb Guard Halberds and stuff, so Flock of Doom will be good for that. But we have a staunch front line of spears that melee Ushabti will have a hard time getting through, and those have increased in popularity. Chariots also don't really want to deal with my spears. I have 1 Dryad just for extra width, because I can only take 5 of those spears. I have 8 Glade Guard. 5 of them have the armor-piercing fire damage, which Tomb Kings hate fire damage, because their whole army gets a passive that heals them, so the fire damage reduces whatever is getting healed by 50%. And the armor-piercing is good against Ushabti Greatbows, Sepulchral Stalkers, Cetra, on his kitty cat, the Necrosphinx on his kitty cat. So we have 8 archers, 5 of which are armor-piercing and fire damage, which the Tomb Kings don't like. We have the upgraded armor-piercing Wild Hunters of Kurnos. They're going to stay in the back and just run down any kitty cat that tries to disrupt my archers. I have Glade Riders that are going to do the same. And it's just a pretty basic pike and shot push build. You know, let my 8 archers shoot and kill them all. Tomb King's infantry is too slow to get through my Glade Guard. Eternal Guard? Glade Guard? Fuck! Like, the Wood Elves are so hard to talk about because everything is an Eternal or a Glade to this. I have Eternal Guard, Glade Riders, Glade Guard with Starfire Shafts, and the Wild Hunters of Kurnos. So, anyway. Yeah. The idea is the front line is just going to hold for a long time. Archers are going to shoot everything to death, and cavalry need to... I say this because it's the right idea, but if I forget it in the middle of the game and do something stupid, that's just my fault. But the cavalry need to not charge the enemy. They need to protect my archers, because my archers are what's going to win me the game. Diving his back line and losing my archers is just a fat loss, because I spent a ton of money on these archers, so I don't protect them. What's the point?
Awaiting the call.
All right. So we're gonna move these guys up right here. He has Ushapti Great Bows, but okay. Chariots, mass mobility, so yeah, it's a lot of mobility from these guys. And Ushapti are gonna fire. Okay. Want to get a downhill charge going. Okay, we're gonna send the Glade Riders over here. I'll send my Spearmen back to deal with the Chariots. The Chariots are just gonna sit still. But I want my Wild Hunters, since they actually deal damage, charging that back line. And Chariots have already gotten into the formation, which happens. Okay, Archers turn on the Nakar Horsemen are a little easier to hit. Mass disruption into my lines is happening. We're getting some decent damage out here and there. Oh yeah, Usiren's Incantation of Vengeance is pretty brutal on my Wild Hunters of Karnos. I honestly forgot that spell existed. Okay, so my Wild Hunters got deleted by Usiren's Incantation of Vengeance and then Ushapti Great Bow Fire, which is pretty fucking brutal. And at that point, it's honestly just a GG. Because now I have no armor-piercing cavalry left. And he has a good amount of horsemen. Like, we've done a lot of damage to his horsemen, but there is enough left to just finish this out. And he went with Cathay as a super cheap caster instead of Cetra and the Kitty Cat, so he just went like extremely wide and had a lot of mobility, so that's unfortunately GG. Yeah, unfortunately just had the exact opposite build of what I was prepared for. I was going to be really good versus Kitty Cats. I was going to be really good versus weapons teams. I was going to be really good versus a Tomb King's box or anything. The only thing that this build clearly couldn't deal with is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 mobility units. Ten mobility units is very rough for 8 archers and 5 cav to deal with, so... Brought the exact counter to what I brought. Feels good. Oh well, shit happens. Alright, we have replays to review. Alright. What are we doing? ICG sent Vampire Coast versus Empire. Oh god, why are you playing Vampire Coast and Empire? First note. That's a terrible matchup. Wood Elf Fire Archers are cheaper than High Elf ones. Yeah, the Wood Elf Archers are amazing. It was like just exactly the perfect build into what I brought. So then it's like, oh, all right, GG. Because you have to prepare for the Tomb King's giant kitty cats. But then if he didn't bring any, like he brought Kotep on a horse, which was super cheap. And that allowed him to go with a very, very wide army. Okay, I saved a bunch of replays. So let's take a look. This one's from Contrarian Codex. It's Chaos Dwarves into Empire. Is this the Dreadquake Mortar? I think this is the Dreadquake Mortar. Okay. Yeah, it is. I need to see the whole build on the field before I can offer insight, but I'm already very concerned for that Dreadquake. If everyone prepares for the cats, you just start bringing the cats. Yeah, that's what makes Tomb Kings like an S tier faction right now, though, is you do have to prepare for the cats. So look at this build. Talking about the specific matchup of Chaos Dwarves versus Empire, I'm not a big fan, but I can see some of it. McRightface gifting the 5 memberships. Thanks, dude. Thanks. So Demonsmith Sorcerer of Fire with Burning Head versus Empire's okay. And then he brought Reforged to heal up his Dreadquake. That makes sense. Sorcerer Prophet of Death with just Spirit Leech is also fine. And then a very shitty front line. 1 Bull Centaur End with Great Opens. A Bull Centaur Toruk with Dark Mace. And then the Demon's Tongue. So the problem I have with this build is the Empire is the best faction in the entire game at single entity sniping. They're even better than Tzeentch at it, and they brought the Luminarch of Hysh. But even if you would bring like 2 or 3 great cannons, this Dreadquake Mortar would be in a lot of trouble, and you just have to dedicate so many resources to try and keep it alive that the Empire can solo it out if they want to. So I'm not sold on this, but the Chaos Dwarves do heavily rely on their single entities right now, and it is a good single entity. So I guess maybe it'll work. My suspicions before this game starts, though, is that this Demon's Tongue is going to be a big hindrance. If it can get into the melee, if it can get into melee without getting sniped out by the Luminarch of Hysh, not getting netted by Marcus, not getting shot by the Silver Bullets, if it can get in there, then it'll cause a lot of disruptions. Whole Empire build is fucked. Like, if the Dreadquake Mortar isn't killed pretty quickly into the game, like 2 or 3 minutes, then this whole Empire build is going to get soloed by it. But I think with Elspeth existing, like her breath attack would be crazy versus that thing, great cannons existing, the Luminarch existing, I would be hesitant to take it. But overall, the build isn't what I would take, but it makes sense. Like, it is cohesive, and that's where I'll start getting positive. You do have Reforged to try and make the Empire commit a lot of resources to shutting down the Dreadquake Mortar, so I like that. You have 2 different large single entities, so if they put all their effort into shutting down the Dreadquake Mortar, maybe your 2 other giant single entities can carry it for you. I get that. If a faction is so good at sniping single entities, you can either not take anything for them to snipe, or you could take so many things they can't snipe everything in time. That's also fine. Like, it's a pretty cohesive and good build. It's just maybe not the direction I would go, but I don't hate it. Like, it's just, it is what it is. As for the Empire build, I know this player didn't send in the replay, so I'm not talking to them in chat, but just real quick, this is a pretty good Empire build into Dwarves, Chaos Dwarves. I think if he wins it, it's not like, well, your opponent's build sucks. It's like, no, I get what they're doing. Huntsmen, Knights, Outriders are a little suspect. I personally don't believe in them, but they're not a bad unit. They're just tricky. And if this player drops micro for a little bit, they'll suffer a lot. But against what the Chaos Dwarves brought, those Outriders can do a lot of work if he micros them well. Luminarch's great. Wolfheart's fine. Deathcaster with just Spirit Leech, also pretty good. So both builds, pretty good. Dreadquake Mortar fires as soon as the game starts, so nothing you can do about that. I don't actually know if you can target that thing while it's moving or not, but he needs to get moving. It has to get in melee, and it looks like he is, so pretty good stuff there. The Luminarch needs to shoot the Demon's Tongue. It can't be wasting time shooting at that guy. It needs to shoot the Demon's Tongue. Also, it did shockingly low damage to him. I guess he has fire resist and missile resist, which it does fire damage, but it needs to shoot the Dreadquake Mortar immediately. Wolfheart has netted down Demonsmith Sorcerer, doing a lot of damage to him. Luminarch gets a shot in as well, but actually, yeah, I guess the fire resist on the Chaos Dwarf roster is making the Luminarch a pretty bad pick, so you might just want to go with great cannons. you being the person who didn't send me this replay, so whatever, but not shooting the Demon's Tongue on the way in is going to really, 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 really hurt the Empire's chances of winning this game. Temple off Luminarch's going to throw out its bound net and then turn and fire at something, but I don't know what it's firing at, as the single entity sniping is coming into play, but they're shooting at the Bull Centaur Torok, who is the least concerning of the single entities. I like the Amethyst Wizard running off this Demonsmith Sorcerer so he can't recover. And I guess they wanted to maybe take out the healing for the Dreadquake Mortar first, but like, I'm noticing too many crossed arrows. Like, you have a sniping build. The Luminarch is already underperforming what I thought it was going to do and what I'm betting the player thought it was going to do. But look at all these split arrows. Silver Bullets are shooting at this. Huntsmen are shooting at that. The Luminarch shot at this and then that and then this and all these things. And it's like, focus up. You got a sniping build. Snipe something. Don't wound things and let them run around. So I'm getting a little worried for the Empire here. As for the Chaos Dwarves, they're doing what they need to do, just getting your single entities in and causing a bunch of disruption. I think the Demon's Tongue needs to get more aggressive about being in melee more often. Instead of getting stuck on Halberdiers, like, it needs to go after this Temple off Luminarch. But here's where the problem is now the Luminarch's going to be on the run for the rest of the game. Well, Centaur Torok is getting run off by 2 Empire Knights. It only needs 1. And even that, I think the Empire put a lot of resources into sniping out the least dangerous single entity. They've gotten rid of 2 of the 4 single entities, but the Dreadquake Mortar can literally carry this whole game, and it's been untouched. So it's about to rampage these guys. 3 Empire Knights clustering up on the Bull Centaur render is pretty tough. So there's just not enough spread. And at this point, I think the Empire is doomed. So the Luminarch's going to get run off for sure. Silver Bullets are a spent force. Now what's left to kill the Dreadquake Mortar? A couple Huntsmen and Marcus Wolfheart? Okay. So at this point, I'm betting I can triple fast forward it, and this Demon's Tongue is just going to kill everything. Huntsmen are still getting a bit of damage out, and it looks like he realized that, so he's going to run over and deal with those guys. Wolfheart's just been kept busy by Orc Laborers, but he's free and clear now. And I guess one thing I could say for the Empire is they ran off the healer, so the Demon's Tongue, Mortar, Dreadquake thing can't get a ton off. But again, Marcus just netted your full health Lord instead of really focusing, so the Empire build was okay. The Luminarch didn't focus on what I wanted to focus on. It was also underperforming because of your fire resistance, but that lack of focus from Mataratus really hurt, because I mean, I paused the game as soon as it fucking started, and I said this Demon's Tongue Mortar is going to carry the whole game if you don't shoot it, and then he didn't shoot it and it carried the whole game, so shocker. Yeah, I think Chaos Dwarfs played it fine. Now that I know how much the fire resistance does against the Luminarch, you probably just want cannons. Because here's my problem with taking the Dreadquake Mortar. Ash Plains, are you on sandbox mode? Yes, you're on sandbox mode. Empire. That's all I care about. Give me cannons. Cannons. How many can I get for a Templehoff? I can get a Hammer of the Witches and a regular cannon. Okay. Dwarfs. Any Lord, because it's sandbox mode, I don't care. But then we're going to get the Demon's Tongue. Dreadquake. Get another Demon's Tongue. Dreadquake. I just want to compare their damage output for the same cost. These 2 cannons cost the same as 1 Temple off Luminarch. Because I think cannons are generally a safer thing versus Chaos Dwarves. We saw... I honestly, going into that game, I thought the Temple off Luminarch was a viable option, but it wasn't my favorite. I said something along the lines of I'd rather take cannons. But after seeing the fire resist, that really hurt my impression of it. But the problem with the Temple off Luminarch for me, in comparison, is... I'm just going to start this comparison while I talk to you. As we saw when the big bull got onto the Temple off Luminarch, it was completely fucked. You're on sandbox mode, you stupid motherfucker! Anyway, if the bull gets onto the Temple off Luminarch, it's just going to spend the rest of the game running away and getting completely fucked. Whereas the cannons, you can afford 2 for the same price, and you can spread them out, so at least one single entity can't mess them up as much. Look how much damage that did to the Demon's Tongue, even with all the fire resist. So I think the Empire players should have been shooting it right away. Now, the Dreadquake Mortar does do more damage against cannons than it does against the Luminarch. So the Dreadquake Mortar specifically does better against cannons than against the Luminarch. But I still think cannons outperform for the cost, personally. And I think it is worth it, even though the Dreadquake can counterfire against them. I think the Dreadquake can also go into melee with them, and then we have the same issue of it can be hitting one cannon while the other one is shooting at it. So I still think cannons are cheaper and safer because you can spread them out rather than focusing all your power into this thing. And they do more damage against Chaos Dwarf specific type units because of that fire resistance. But as we're seeing here, that Temple off Luminarch clearly should have been shooting the Demon's Tongue and not shooting the Bulls, because it was doing no fucking damage to the Bulls. It did a lot more to the train. So, something to consider. 1,400 damage, 1,900 damage versus 2,700. Cannons are pretty good. All right, on to the next replay. This is from Shirayuki. Just taking a look. Okay. Shirayuki versus Kita. Kislev Tzeentch. Kislev received a bunch of nerfs. I'm checking back on chat while we load in. Just trying to keep Cast North the first time. And McRife is making fun of my favorite map, which is allowed. This testing works. Appreciate the feedback. My opinion, that is a possible match for CD if the Empire player knows what they're doing. Yeah, I mean, Empire is crazy strong right now, so it's risky to take that fight anytime. Ours is the best choice. Play instructions when I was corn dogs for you. How solid would you say the best base of this build is, given how solid single entities are? I liked the cohesiveness of your build. I just didn't know if I liked it versus Empire specifically, because Empire's so good at killing single entities. But, like, your build had a good cohesive thought to it, and we saw it win that game. Now, I had more to say about the Empire's mistakes that you punished, but yeah, you played solid. Hi, Mr. Casual. Okay. So, taking a look at the Kislev build versus Tzeentch, we have the Wolfhearts, Auction Ambushers with their little net. Armored Kossars, Armored Kossars, Armored Kossars. Kossars of Spears, Ice Guard, Winged Lancers, a Little Grom, and Ice Witch of Tempest. This is map specific, so maybe the player just didn't know what the map looks like, but never take artillery on Alpine Ridge because you can't fucking see. So Little Grom's effective range on this map is that. And you can see his cone goes past that, but he's gonna have to sit here the entire game and wait for Tzeentch to come to him and get any shots off. So, unfortunately, don't know if the player knew that the map looked this way. As for the Ice Witch of Tempest, Gust of True Flight, worthless spell. Glacial Blast is okay. The rest of this is okay. Hawks of Mishka is a really good spell, but Gust of True Flight I think is overrated, largely in the community. Accuracy and range are neat, but most of the things have really good accuracy anyway. And then, especially on this map, the extra range isn't going to help you at all. Ice Guard are okay. I've seen some people starting to take a little bit more of them just for fun and for laughs. I still don't know if they're great versus Tzeentch. 15% spell resistance and 50 armor. I mean, Pink Fires of Tzeentch are still going to obliterate these guys, and they're a very high price point. But magic ammunition and magic melee damage against demon faction is okay. So, like, it's fine. I don't think it's my favorite. It's fine. Two-Winged Lancers is solid. All this is solid. Here's what I don't like. I like the Wolfhearts in the build. I do not like them up here because Tzeentch has access to Vanguard as well. So for all you know, you're about to start this game with Zongors sitting right here. Like, Zongors could literally just be right there. And then you're stuck in those guys. Centaurs of Tzeentch could be right here. Or Kairos has a net, and we did see Kairos here. Now, Kairos isn't that common, but he does have a net. So if he flew up, Gaze of Fated your ass, these Wolfhearts are going to get run down by Centaurs and Chaos Knights or whatever. It's just too risky, because what are you going to accomplish? And that's my thing about Vanguard in general, which is why I'm talking about it. You only want to Vanguard stuff if there is a reason to Vanguard them. And you might be like, oh, the Wolfhearts are going to get one volley off onto these Marauders, and then they can kite back. And it's like, but think about all the risks. If they have Kairos, you're going to get netted. If there's Zongors Vanguarded on top of you, you're all of a sudden in melee. If there's Centaurs Tzeentch Vanguard on top of you, you're never getting away from that. If Kairos exists, there's a net. I forgot if I already said that one or not. A lot of the Flyers have Vanguard and they could be here. Chaos Furies could run you down. You're risking all of that for one volley onto probably shielded targets. Zongors are shielded, Marauders are shielded, Chaos Warriors are shielded, all that stuff. And it's like, the risk versus reward for me isn't there about vanguarding range units, especially ROR expensive range units like the Wolfhearts. It's not like fucking Way Watchers, where they can run while they can shoot while they run away. That's a good vanguard choice, right? But the Wolfhearts can't. They're gonna have one static shot, reload their crossbows, which takes them forever to turn around, and then they're gonna run back to your formation. And it's like, the end result is if you play it perfectly, you'll get one volley onto some sort of chaff. And if you fuck up, you lost the Wolfhearts. So I don't like that personally. The build's fine. I don't like the positioning of the Vanguard. The rest of the positioning's fine. Little Grom I wouldn't take on this map. Now, in general, if you're not on Alpine Ridge, Little Grom's fine. You keep the Soul Grinder of Tzeentch a little more honest. You can pressure Exalted Flamers, Burning Chariots, Changebringers. You can pressure all that stuff with Little Grom. It's just this specific map is kind of fucking you right now, which my only feedback is check the map before you build your build. Other than that, anything I would change about the build? Not really. I personally would cut the Ice Guard and just get 2 Kossars instead, because I like more cheap arrows versus Tzeentch rather than betting it on Ice Guard. But again, they're fine. I don't actually have that many complaints. So that's the player who sent this in. As for the Tzeentch player, if they happen to be here or care, I'm going to just rate their build so I know what we're dealing with. Because if their build sucks ass, then that skews how we look at the matchup, right? Because if this build sucks, then yeah, of course that one's going to win. But he has Chaos Knights, he has Centaurs, so pretty good stuff there. Soul Grinder, again, is going to have a tough time on this specific map, because by the time he gets into range to snipe anything, he's going to be on this hill and in range. So both sides taking long-range artillery without much effectiveness on the map, so I guess that evens out. But this Tzeentch build is pretty classic, pretty strong. Kairos with Glean Magic, the new hotness I'm hearing. A lot of people taking the power recharge and silence and shit, so it's a solid, good build. If Kislev wins, it's not based off of we had a better build and get fucked loser. Looks like the Wolfhearts were just using their stalk to see the enemy army and then run away without getting spotted. So they don't get a volley off, but they're getting back to safety, which is good. It looks like they achieved their goal of spotting Tzeentch and moving. Good. Glad they didn't overstay their welcome. Glad they didn't get caught. When are you going to blackmail CA into making a Norsca DLC? I don't know if they ever will at this point, Chief. Gust of True Flight giving range and accuracy to hit Kairos. See, if Kairos dodges, there's not any accuracy that can help you because your bolt's not going to curve enough to keep hitting him. Wolfhearts continue retreating. Kislev's trying to take the hill, which is okay, but honestly, I'm going to pause it just because I want to talk about this. When you have hybrid ranged units, you got to really consider if you can take the hill, because for them to get effectiveness, they need to be here when the enemy is here, so you can aim downhill and get shots at them or something. If both sides end up meeting on top of the hill, you're completely fucking your line of sight. Because now your Kossars are going to be shooting uphill over your friends, and that is much more likely they're going to get obstruction and just not fire. Even though they're bow units and they should be able to fire up and over, welcome to Warhammer, there's a lot of fucking jank. So I don't like fighting uphill or even on top of a hill with your ranged units still in the gully. That might be a little tough for line of sight reasons. So either you need to be damn sure you can get on the hill first, or let your opponent take the hill so then they're standing up on top of a nice beautiful hill where your pistols can shoot at them, your archers can shoot at them, and then you force them off the hill by shooting the shit out of them. So just something to consider when you're playing a specific hybrid ranged faction like Kislev, since most of your melee still have pistols. Because these guys are starting to take the top. As the Marauders close in, they're trying to set up for their pistols, but the Marauders are so far in range now, and the pistols are just coming out, so unfortunately, the Kossars aren't going to get as much out. Now, it is Armored Kossars versus Marauders, so the Armored Kossars are going to win that anyway. If there was a better front line that you were actually scared of, this would matter. Marauders, your Armored Kossars are going to kick their ass. Nice net from Tzeentch under the wing Lancers, and then a good collapse in. There's not much the Kislev player could do about that. It's just gonna happen. Kairos used a lot of his gooning tools, and he gooned you. Get fucked. But I really like this punish. Ice Guard and all these ranged units turning to come and fire here, and the Wolfhearts are gonna have to pop one of their nets somewhere. And please don't pop it on Kairos. No, you can't finish him. Shit. Kairos is just a support lord, so unless you kill him, there's no reason to do damage to him at all. Like, he's not a combat lord, so if he jumps in at 10% HP, it doesn't matter. As long as he has 1 HP, he is full effectiveness. And the main problem, as we saw with my Wood Elf versus Tomb King's game earlier, is your mobility is outnumbered. Let's see, 2 mobility to 5 enemy mobility. your mobility in this situation, since you have superior ranged, is a timer. And we saw in my Wood Elf game, as soon as my mobility ran out, my agency ran out, all my archers got constantly run over by stuff, and even if they weren't taking damage, they just couldn't stand and shoot. So especially with Kislev, one of their strengths is your cav can go unbreakable even when they're getting fucked. But the Wolfhearts need to use their nets on these guys and stop them from moving around and make them an easier target for all these guys to shoot, because you need to get as much damage out of your ranged units to shut down the mobility, so in the late game you still have ranged units. So I really don't like that net onto Kairos unless you're guaranteed killing him. But it's a risky gamble, and none of these archers are shooting at Kairos. So you're counting on Little Grom and possibly the Wolfhearts to one-shot Kairos, which is unlikely. So don't love that. It's good little poke, but this isn't going to be a good little poke game. This is going to be a, does your backline get fucked? If so, you lose the game instantly kind of game. Or does your backline hold, in which case you win kind of game. This isn't going to turn into Kite. Anyway. Archer's doing really good damage to Shrieking Skyrays. Love that a lot. And the Centaurs and the Chaos Knights are falling back. The net onto Kairos, not to keep belaboring the point, but like we see it didn't really amount to too much, and the Wolfhearts are trying to punish it, but they spend most of their time turning around and around. And now we've lost both of our Winged Lancers, so on the second charge, when these Chaos Knights come in and then these other guys come in, they're just going to fold in on all sides, and all four of your ranged units are going to be completely compromised. Soul Grinder's up on top. He's going to start sniping at something now. I don't know what he's going to shoot at, but I don't know. Overcasting Glean Magic in the face of the Wolfhearts and taking a lot of damage is a bit of a whoopsie from the Kairos player, but this isn't his replay, so I'm going to ignore it. How did the Centaurs of Tzeentch take so much damage? Oh, they're still in range of the Cossards. Nice. Good punish there. Taking out Centaur for pretty much free is good. Chaos player is clumping too much, so now this Ice Witch is going to be able to stop all of these Knights, which is like a blessing. The Kislev player just won the fucking lottery off of this, because the enemy isn't force pathing past them and didn't spread out, so double win. But a big tier 3 army ability of Tzeentch, that dim yellow circle on a tan green background isn't super noticeable, so it looks like it took him a little bit to notice what's happening. Still overall a good dodge. Kairos didn't pair his Gaze of Fate, so that he used it on the Ice Witch, and it got canceled? Did anybody see the Gaze of Fate get canceled? Hold on, that was crazy. But no, you definitely should have used Gaze of Fate on the Ice Guard or on Wolfhearts when they were in the middle of your tier 3 army ability. Netting her in place didn't do anything, so it is what it is, but don't love that. Another Gust of True Flight is out, but the Chaos Knights are here. And Tzeentch is not punishing enough. They're not doing enough with their advantage. The Kislev frontline is winning because it's Marauders versus fucking Armored Cossars. That's an easy W, but Chaos clumped up on that lady, then they backed off really far, and now they're coming back in and they're attacking Little Grom, not all of the archers. They're getting shot to shit for free right now, which I don't love. Kislev is punishing their mistakes well, though. The Kislev player's like, listen, dude, if you're gonna fuck up, I'm gonna punish you. Still pushing off those Centaurs. Range units do need to turn around. They need to fire at this clump of Chaos Knights while their backs are turned. They're busy killing off the Wolfhearts and Little Grom. Need to punish that. The Ice Guard are going to end up in melee, which is a bit of a whoopsie. And honestly, at this point, we should probably do, your Armor Cossar frontline 1 and the Marauders are entirely useless. You need to change sides of the map. Take all your range units and go past your Armored Cossars and have the Armored Cossars come down, and then you just flipped the game on them. Now, their Knights are on the front, and your Archers are free and clear, so they'll have to flank you again if they want to get around to the sides, and all that time you can be shooting at stuff. So, something to consider in the future. Because the enemy side of the map is now completely open. All their Marauders are toast. They can't even beat Cossars. But the Chaos Knights are piling through. Ice Guard trying to fight back. Cossar Spears trying to fight back. And these Cossar Spears getting a little too close. They're going to have issues actually firing. This Little Grom is stuck in place. I like the Ice Witch sniping out the Soul Grinder. She's going to beat it in a duel. And just constantly forcing it to not be sniping out her or Little Grom or something is pretty fine. Not too much else you could do in this situation. But the Archers got to back off. The Armored Cossars coming down is pretty great. The Archers have to make use of that resource, make use of that space. The Ice Witch Tempest is still fighting the Soul Grinder, so pretty good. In come the Chaos Knights. Still trying to shut down the Armored Cossars. I'm a little concerned for Kislev. Just a little bit. Kairos is low, but again, as we discussed earlier, as long as he's alive, then he's full effectiveness. Nothing's effectively changed about him. These are not Ice Guard with glaives. They don't have anti-large. Hell, they don't even have armor piercing. They just have 32 weapon strength. Nice Hawks of Miska. No friendly fire damage. You're not worried about it curving into your guys. It's just a good leadership debuff as you're charging in with the terror-causing unit, like that combo. It's a good combo. These archers are staying in melee for too long. They've got to back out. Pistol shots on Little Grom. Little Grom fires once, and then Soul Grinder's going to probably start Demonic Instability Crumbling. Probably. Alright. Tzeentch just GG's out. I don't think that game was over for Tzeentch. I think they called it a little early, but it is what it is. I like the build on a different map. I think it'd be more effective, but you can see even on that map, Little Grom got a lot done. Shut out flying targets. The Wing Lancers just got really shut down by good Tzeentch play, but I think the first part of the game, Tzeentch was playing fantastically, and then a switch flipped and it all fell apart. Like, they just made mistake after mistake after mistake, and Shiryuki punished it pretty good, but no. So Shiryuki played better. I think builds were of equal strength. I think Shiryuki played better and Shiryuki won, so that makes sense. That's how it goes. I'll check chat in a second. Someone sent me a message, but I'm not sure if it's for this stream or just in general, because the person who sent it to me is a resident eater. What the fuck? God damn it! For the third time in 3 days, someone reported the wrong score on Vermin League, and now I have to go fix it manually. Bastards. Okay, Vampire Coast versus Empire. The Vampire Coast player was talking to us in chat, and he's been waiting a while, so let's do his thing next. Scotch, thanks for becoming a Warpfire Thrower. Distant Bliss and Grievin are just going back and forth talking about campaign, which... Who cares about campaign, bro? No. I'm kidding. I just don't have anything to say on it, because I'm a multiplayer goon. Alright, most of chat is just you guys being silly, so I'm gonna ignore it. On to this game. ICG versus Heaven the Lion HCR. That's a hell of a name. Coast versus Empire. This matchup's cursed, but moving on. It is the matchup we have. Promethean Gunnery Mobs are fine-ish. Animated Hulks are fine-ish. Deck Gunners are probably your best bet here. I like the Deck Gunners. Animated Hulks are gonna die super fast to Huntsmen. Marauding Promethean Gunnery Mob's gonna die super fast to Cannons or Huntsmen with Flaming Sword of Ruin or Plague of Rust. And Gunners in general. I think this matchup is a fucking disaster for the Coast. Carronades will do okay. I don't know if they beat Great Cannons or not, but I think they're a little cheaper, so I guess they're not supposed to. Noctilus is just a great lord. Good spell choices, no complaints about that. I think this build is solid in an absolutely cursed, fucked up, unwinnable matchup. So, grain of salt. But it's like a good build. Objectively, it's a good build. Bombers help clear out the front line, pole arms to last quite a long time with their armor piercing and high melee defense. Deck Gunners to counterfire against Empire, because the Empire doesn't have a lot of great tools to kill the Deck Gunners at range. They just have Hawkland long rifles, but like, Deck Gunners will beat Cannons, Deck Gunners will beat Mortars, Deck Gunners will beat the Luminarch of Hysh. The ROR Hellstorm Rocket Battery will beat Deck Gunners, but your Cannons can deal with that. So I like this pairing, and it's good. I'm just worried the Empire's a little too strong for this type of faction. The Lamper's Revenge and this stuff. You have good mass to peel off Empire Knights and whatnot, so I like the build. Very cohesive, very good. I would never end up in this matchup in 100 years, but it's where we are. For the other side, just to do some comparisons, we have Knights of the Blazing Sun, which are a bit of a waste versus the Vampire Coast. You're paying a lot for charge bonus and fire damage, which only the Lamper's Revenge are weak to fire damage on this roster. And your melee defense is pitifully low when you're going to be charging into super cheap halberds. So Knights of Blazing Sun don't really work in this matchup that well. I'd rather just go with Empire Knights. 2 Great Cannons is fine. Crossbowmen recently got a buff, so maybe he wants to play with them. I still think Huntsmen are better in every single way, so you probably just want Huntsmen. Great Swords and Halberdiers are a waste of your front line. you don't need the armor piercing at all versus the Vampire Coast. If they brought Depth Guard, you have so much stuff that can deal with Depth Guard. I mean, hell, even Empire Knight charging into Depth Guard could kill them. Volkmar the Grim. They brought Volkmar, so they have the infantry clearing Lord, but then they brought a bunch of infantry clearing infantry, and it's like, okay, this is way overcommitted into that stuff. And then we have Pistoliers. I don't know. I think on build, the Vampire Coast has a much better, much more cohesive build that just like all works together, right? Because I was talking about it earlier. And this is the point of this stream. So if you're like, wow, this guy's getting really into the nitty gritty, this stream is literally to get into the nitty gritty. We talked about it before. And all of my like side bitching about the Empire being too good aside, like objectively, what are these supposed to do? Deck gunners are going to clear infantry or counterfire against enemy artillery. Cannons are going to counterfire against enemy artillery or punish enemy cavalry. So there's a bit of overlap where the deck gunners might be too weak to kill enemy artillery before they get in range, like that RR Hellstorm Rock Battery is going to fuck them up. Well, the Carronades can help with that. The Carronades can't help with the infantry, but the deck gunners have got that covered. The Carronades can deal with the cavalry. The deck gunners ain't got shit for that. So it's like the ranged units are cohesive. The ranged units are working together. You have bombers to clear out chaff, and then pole arms to hold and clear out stuff that isn't chaff. And then you have cavalry blockers. It's a nice build, has everything thought out. If you look at the Empire side, I'm confused. We have great swords, which are meant to clear infantry. Volkmars, which are meant to clear infantry. Knights of the Blazing Sun, which I guess they're meant to clear infantry because they have a crazy high charge bonus, and that's generally what cavalry do in this matchup. But they're bringing fire damage for extra gold that I don't know what it's for. Because if they're for the Lampish Revenge, they don't have armor piercing. You should take Demigod Knights with Halberd. So it's like, why is this unit here? It doesn't have a place in this build. 2 great cannons to counterfire enemy artillery, but you didn't commit enough to win the fight. Like 2 great cannons and 2 carronades might trade even, but now there's deck gunners too, which are going to be super common in this matchup. So the Empire is forced to advance. Well, they brought crossbowmen, which are also anti-infantry. So we have anti-infantry, 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 and are the coast infantry going to win this fucking game, or what are we doing? And then we have halberdiers. Well, maybe those can hold back the rotting Prometheans or poke them down in the late game, but you have to get to the late game. And why are halberdiers in a charging build? This build is going to have to advance because you only brought 2 great cannons to try and secure your range advantage. So now you have a defensive unit going on the offensive, and it's going to get in the way of the great swords that want to clear out the infantry. Now, halberdiers aren't a bad unit, and I'm not trying to poo-poo on them, but it isn't cohesive. And then we have 2 pistoliers. What are the pistoliers for? What are they trying to accomplish? Fellbats? Who gives a fuck about Fellbats or like deck droppers? You have crossbowmen, I guess, that can do that, but if you took Huntsmen, the unit I prefer, Huntsmen are great against deck droppers. You don't need fucking Pistoliers, or whatever Pistoliers are going to do. Are Pistoliers meant to peel dogs? I guess, but you have Knights for that. Now you have Knights that are too expensive because you took weird Knights for this matchup. But, like, I just have so many problems. When you notice I went through the Coast build, my only complaint about the Coast build was, why are you in this matchup? This matchup sucks if your opponent built correctly. But as far as the build goes, I see what everything wants to do. I see how it works together. It's great. I like it. The Empire build, I have a lot of questions. So I think on the build screen, the Empire Coast got a big leg up. It's a good build. I like it. Are Sirens not good here? I still think Sirens are just too squishy for not doing a lot. They don't have high enough melee attack. I've been playing some Warhammer, Mark of Chaos, and Humeboy and Raffens also show up in that one. Now questions, have you ever seen the old Warp Lightning Cannon? The old Warp Lightning Cannon? No. If you're just referring to the Warp Lightning Cannon and saying old affectionately, yeah, I use Warp Lightning Cannons all the time. They're fun. They're pretty good. I wouldn't say they're like particularly strong or OP, but they're good. They do what they have to do. Since I'm not casting this replay to be entertaining, I am just going to ×2 speed to get on with it. So the Great Cannons and the Carronades are trading, but the Coast just needs to advance a little bit so their deck gunners can support the Carronades in this fight, and then they'll get the shooting advantage and can force the Empire to come to them. So I don't know why the Coast isn't moving up a little bit, but I think they're worried about breaking up their box formation and wasting time. The Carronades would have to move forward. But hell, 2 Carronades actually just outshot the Great Cannons because it looks like they're focusing. While the enemy is splitting their fire, you're focusing on that. And that's RTS 101. That's like as old as Age of Empires and Age of Mythology, is you want to focus on one unit at a time, reduce their DPS, rather than spread your damage because both are still active. So the Coast Cannon's still 6 out of 8 models. Then the Empire is currently down to 4 out of 8. And now the deck gunners are going to shoot the oncoming infantry. Crossmen moving up into range. Coast got to focus on that, because if those crossmen get into range for free, deck gunners have 0 armor and 15 armor. Neither of them are shielded, so those crossmen are going to do a lot of damage. So deck gunners should be prioritizing the crossmen. Cannons are shutting down the great cannons. That's fine. Yeah, but the crossmen were not punished. They're getting into range at full HP, and they're going to start firing. The Shade Wraith Gunners are a ghost unit. They have 55% physical resistance, and still those crossmen are going to cut them down. So a bit of a whoopsie here from the Vampire Coast. Other than that, it's going fine. Carronades have been doing good. Their peeling units are doing good. But yeah, look at this damage the Shade Wraith Gunners are taking from those crossmen, and still no answering fire as the deck gunners are shooting over at Pistoliers. Deck gunners do okay against cavalry, but they are much more anti-infantry, and especially when your opponent has 2 great swords, a fuck ton of halberdiers, deck gunners got to be shooting them, because the bombers can't clear all that. Something's got to clear it, right? You're not scared of the cav. Who cares about the cav? They have 2 fucking Pistoliers and 2 Knights of the Blazing Sun. You have 2 Animated Hulks, Lampish Revenge, and another Rotting Promethean Bob. You have a ton of pole arms. You are set on the cavalry killing. You need to stop these infantry. So there we go. Nice Noctilus summon, plus the Shade Wraith Gunner is going to push out a crossman. Like that a lot. It happened a little later than I wanted, and they're going to lose some deck gunners for it, but it's not terrible. Just not ideal. The deck gunners are now... Unfortunately, this is also happening. A little bit of anti-synergy in the play here for just a moment. The Shade Wraith Gunners and deck gunners are trying to shoot at something that Noctilus just summoned on, so they can't see. They just fucking can't see. They're not going to be able to shoot. So you put a summon here, you shut down this crossman. Great, good, perfect, love it. Switch your shots onto the one that isn't obstructed, because that one's still firing at you. This one isn't firing at you anyway because zombies are mobbing the shit out of it, right? So this one's free and clear to fire. Shoot him to death. This one's busy, and by the time that summon fades away, you'll have shot the shit out of that one. He'll be routing, and you can turn your guns onto this one as soon as the summon fades. So... Knights of the Blazing Sun getting past the bombers. That is to be expected. And this is a bit of a problem. Animated Hulks and Lampish Revenge going for a bit of a jog. They're not defending their ranged units, and now the Knights of the Realm can get in here. Because Lampish Revenge and the Animated Hulks, they're slower than cavalry, so you always got to be inside where your opponent's trying to get, you know? If your opponent has to, like... Because they're faster than you. So if this is the situation, if they have to travel from here to here, and you have to travel from here to here, you're going the same distance, they're going to get there first, they're going to do their charge, and then they're going to get out and get away from you. But if they have to travel from here, from here to here, and you only have to travel from here to here, you're going to get there in time, because you have to move a lot less space. But when these Lampiers of Engine stuff are way out here, I mean, if those Knights of the Blazing Sun, where are they? If they want to turn around and get back into the cannons, that's how long their red arrow is. Your red arrow to get to the cannons is the same distance. You're not going to get there in time. So... these guys are out of position. They always have to be somewhere along the path that those Knights of the Blazing Sun have to get. If they're like here, they're fine. If they're like here, they're too far away. They can't get there. Now the coast's still doing well. Still getting a lot of shots out. Wraithstorm did good damage. We want to be spamming Melkots as much as possible on Knights of Blazing Sun or Pistoliers and just take out that mobility. Because if this gets down to just like a grind fight, the coast has a lot better chance. But if they get stuck in the late game where the enemy still has mobility and they're dealing with it, that can be really annoying. Lampish Revenge and the Animated Hulks came back. I like that. Just ignore the Pistoliers. Fuck them. Not your problem. They can't get through the Lampish Revenge armor and the healing. And if they shoot the Animated Hulks are only 500 gold. That's actually fine. Just let them waste their ammo on you for that. Clearing out the enemy front line is good. These bombers didn't get a lot of their ammo out, which is less good, but that shit happens. They're pretty cheap, so it's whatever. And Volkmar's throwing out some of his banishments and stuff. Volkmar's clearing out infantry as he does, but the Knights of the Blazing Sun somehow slipped away from the Crabs, the Animated Hulks, and they get a huge, beautiful charge onto the Shade Wraith Gunners and Carronades, knocking both of them offline. Nice Melkots onto them, and the Crabs are trying to get here, but it is too little too late. Those Knights are going to take out those guys. In the distance, we have one Great Cannon model and a Shattered Great Cannon. At this point, you can ignore the Great Cannons entirely. They're out of the game. You don't need to worry about them. So are the Shade Wraith Gunners, however. So is one Carronade. A second Carronade has been rallied. We'll see if they can get back online. Bombers and Crabs and shit trying to take out that last Greatsword. Because the other Greatsword is... yeah, they're already shattered, so they're dead. Who cares? And the Halberdiers, this is what I was worried about. If the Halberdiers are in a rush build... they're just going to get stuck. Like, they don't have the DPS to get through the infantry front line like this. So I don't know why they were taken in a rush build. Because if you're rushing, just rush. But if you're defending, then the Halberdiers are great. But they're not great at getting to where they need to be. Because, like, you might be like, Humboy, you're missing the point. After he clears out all the infantry with the great swords and Volkmar the Grim and stuff, then the halberdiers can grind down these Lamps of Revenge in the late game. Okay. I guess if you get to a late game where the enemy just has crabs and you have halberdiers, yeah, that's great. But you can get to that end game state in more efficient ways than rushing his Empire. You know what I mean? Where it's like, if you want to rush his Empire, Human Boy, if you're so fucking smart, then how are you going to kill Lamps of Revenge without halberdiers? Damage for Knights with halberds, Huntsman with Plague of Rust, because you can still have a pike and shot build. Just replace the Crossman with Huntsman, replace Volkmar with Balthazar Gelt, or get the Hero Caster. The Empire doesn't have a fucking caster! Okay, that's another thought I missed, but the Empire doesn't have a fucking caster. Just take a Gold Wizard on foot with Plague of Rust, and the Huntsman can kill it. Save your money on the halberdiers, get a third or a fourth greatsword, and commit to rushing. Commit to getting through that front line fast. Because kind of half and halving is not going to fucking do anything. As we noticed, the halberdiers are lagging behind. Wherever they get stuck, they get stuck. The greatswords got overextended, the greatswords got focused down, they're dead. The Empire needs a caster. Didn't notice that because I'm so used to Gelt and Elspeth. Nice Grand Shield of Faith as the Raid Storm's coming in. I like that a lot from Balthazar. Not Balthazar. I was just thinking about him. Volkmar. Unfortunately, he drove it into his own Knights of Blazing Sun, so a little bit of friendly fire there. The last of the greatswords is dying to the animated hulks and crabs. The halberdiers haven't managed to accomplish much just yet. Still have one crossman that's relatively healthy. Volkmar is chilling. Pistolers are pretty healthy, and they're going to snipe out this isolated Carronade. I don't hate that. The Carronade served its purpose, and there's a lot of other things for your mass units to do, so I understand not standing around the Carronade and just being dumb. Maybe we don't need animated hulks and Lamps of Revenge on the same fight, but I think even if they aren't on the same fight, I think your animated hulks are better served chasing around this crossman or locking down Volkmar or something than defending your one cannon, because the battle's gotten so chaotic and crazy that the cannon doesn't have a lot left to shoot anyway, line of sight wise. There's not a lot for it to do. If you could keep it alive, great, but I'm not saying overextend your entire build to keeping one cannon up while the rest of your shit falls apart. Knights Blazing Sun, nearly a spent force. One of them's at a quarter HP, the other one's about dead. Volkmar's still full HP, he's going to start grinding through infantry like nobody's business, and these crossmen are going to kite. Now again, since we're not casting these games for entertainment value, I'm just going to start fast forwarding as we watch the state of the gameplay out until I have something to actually mention, but... Coast moving their mass towards Volkmar. Keep him honest, I like that. Otherwise you can just roll through infantry all day. You get stuck up on some rotting Prometheans, this is a good time to try and punish him. You know he's going to be healing all game, you know he's going to heal caps, you might as well get any poke you can out, while Noctilus is throwing Melkots back on the Pistoliers and onto these Knights of Blazing Sun. That's excellent stuff, love that, great target priority, great endgame decision making here from the Vampire Coast. They've now grouped up and they're walking as a unit towards the archers so that no one gets isolated out and killed by cavalry. Again, like that, now the cavalry has to buy the archers some time, sacrificing HP. And for the coast, it's all about the HP trade at this point, because you're going to out-heal them with the Lamps of Revenge and Noctilus, so you just want to keep trading AP. The enemy doesn't have a caster, the Knights of Blazing Sun run out of HP. They're now running away. The enemy's down to Volkmar and a couple tattered-ass ranged units. That we got to commit to chasing him down. Volkmar's on a chariot, you can't actually catch him, so we got to keep moving towards the crossman. Whenever he comes in, punish him, but whenever he leaves, let him go. And the coast thought about flirting with chasing him for a bit there, then they gave up on it, so overall, great decision making in the late game. And they're still chasing it down. I love how the coast player sent me this replay, and I've said more things about the Empire than I have about the coast. But the coast played it pretty tight. They had a very cohesive, strong build. They had a lot of great decision making. A couple whoopsies here and there where they overextended with their animated hulks, Lamps of Revenge, and let the enemy cavalry get into their box unpunished. A couple whoopsies with animated hulks fighting on top of Lamps of Revenge when they maybe could have spread out. But those are very minor complaints, and he had a pretty commanding victory. Noctilus has a ton of healing left to do. Lamps of Revenge have a decent amount of healing left to do. And it's a terrible, terrible matchup. So the coast player winning it all means they played better and they had a better build for sure. So, yeah. Good stuff, ICG. Good stuff. Again, I would avoid this matchup at all costs, but since you're in it, you played pretty good. I would just keep those Lamps of Revenge and Animate Hulks a little tighter and gotta keep them in between, not literally in between, but figuratively in between your ranged units and enemy cavalry. Now that doesn't mean, and why I said the figuratively versus literally, you don't literally need to be standing directly between Knights of the Blazing Sun and the deck gunners. That's not how the game's gonna work. Like, you probably won't have in every game 4 mass units to 4 enemy cavalry. Each one mans their guy and stays between them, but you gotta, like, You got to be in proximity enough that you can get there. So if they're going to charge your deck gunners, you're going to make them eat shit for it. And it's like you're making a trade. You're trading your Knights of the Blazing Sun for my deck gunners. Because if you're out of range like you were, the Knights of the Blazing Sun got to charge in, they took out your regular deck gunner, and they got out for free. It wasn't a trade. He just took your deck gunner, right? The second one was a trade, the Shade Wraith gunners. The Knights of the Blazing Sun got in, but then you hit them with a Melkoth. There was some animated Hulks, and the Lamps of Revenge were chasing after them, and they had to fight on top of pole arms. And they killed your Shade Wraith gunners, but they left the fight with like a quarter HP. So they traded a lot of the health on their Knights of the Blazing Sun for your Shade Wraith gunners, and that's fine. Trades are fine. Losing stuff for free, not fine. I mean, obviously, but so it was good. Liked it a lot. Your play was tight. Your play was pretty good. Oh, and the other note I did have was the deck gunner targeting. I didn't like that. Where they were shooting at cav instead of the infantry, and then the archers got into range. And then you summoned on an archer, which is great, but then you tried to shoot that archer. It's like, it's not gonna work. You gotta split it up. But minor complaints. Like, you won because you played better and you built better, which is a compliment. All right, another game. 1 sec. I'm gonna check my messages, see if other people sent me shit. Okay, we have one more to cast, and then it looks like I can play some games again, which is allowed. Ryan G, could we get a game or two with double Bull Centaur heroes? I've been seeing them a lot, naked, and they're cost effective. Yeah, I can try it. Where do we send replays out at, Fox? DM me on Discord. DM me on Discord, my friend. Sorry, I'm checking chat for a second. Morgul's unfortunately underperform a lot. Yeah, they're bad. You lost so badly to Incars last night that you installed the game. God damn, dude. Okay, so Scarbrand said this to me versus Persian. Nurgle versus Demons of Chaos. That's an okay matchup. It's playable. It's Demons favored, but it's playable. Okie dokie. So looking at the builds, I'm not going to pause it because they're nowhere near the enemy lines yet. We have a Chaos Lord of Nurgle. It's fine. Melee buffs and debuffs. Spirit Leech Caster is fine. Rotting Riders is fine. Marauders is fine. Chariots. Angels of Decay and Chaos Furies. Okay. So I like a lot of this. I just literally don't know how Plague Drones are after the buffs. So I don't know if they're a good unit. I have no experience with that unit. So other than a unit I literally don't know about, the rest of the build's fine. I like it. I do have one complaint. You're fighting against Demons of Chaos. You pretty much have to take Doom and Darkness. Minus 16 leadership is just too powerful against a unit that if they fall below their leadership, they almost guaranteed dies. It can decide some really key moments in the game where like something that is very expensive or something falls low enough on leadership that if you throw Doom and Darkness on it, it won't rally. Because we've seen how leadership goes in this game. There are literally 30-point swings between leadership. So if you catch someone on a 30-point swing and you turn it into a 46-point swing down into leadership, they could straight up demonic instability crumble, where if they had survived for even 5 seconds more, that leadership would have swung from -30 back up to like +5. Like, we see it all the time, especially in Skaven games, because if you get them to rout, then you usually can win. So I really think against a faction that is so punished by their leadership falling, you need to have that extra kick to like really hit them when they're down. But that's a minor complaint. Spirit Leech is a great spell. It's fine to have it as your only spell. The build is solid, so it's good. For the enemy build, just to compare, this is why this matchup's tough, is the Demons of Chaos can do a lot of stuff, and Air Cheese is really annoying for Nurgle to deal with. We have triple Plague Drones with Death's Heads, including the Angels of Decay. We have a Bloodthirster to protect them in the sky, and then we have a degenerate Nurgle blob on the ground, trying to just Mortis engine out with Plague Bearers holding the line. So yeah, this Demons of Chaos build is pretty fucking gross. It's solid, like it'll win games, it's just really boring. What got buffed on plague drones? They got some like flying fixes. They're not as janky as at flying, and then I think they got some mild buffs. More charge bonus, chat saying, yeah. Again, since we're not casting this game for entertainment, I'm just going to fast forward while we see what's happening tactics-wise. And thank God I don't have to cast this for entertainment, because I don't have to pretend to like it. I don't have to bullshit you and say like, oh, this is really interesting. It's like, nah, it's sky cheese in a box. It's pretty fucking boring. So the Plague Drone's getting good shots onto the enemy lord. I like that a lot, but they overstayed their welcome and a good punish here. Plague Drones and Chaos Furies and Nurgle getting a really good shot out here. While the Death's Heads played with the Bloodthirster a bit, then they opted out, and they're just going for this big surround. So really good, really good surround here. Nice job taking out these guys, because even if you lose some units, like, he's going to take some damage back, but he's trading way up in value. I like that a lot. I wouldn't be shocked. Ooh, even popping the Father of Blades, that is beautiful stuff. So really good air surround here. There could be a... You know, there could be a criticism saying Nurgle let that happen and should have backed off faster, but they didn't, so you're punishing it. Flesh Abundance Overcast coming in to try and heal up the Plague Drones. Bloodthirster's trying to protect them, but again, see, this is where I want that Doom and Darkness. Look at how close they are to Demonic Instability crumbling. One is even doing that. Just make sure they crumble. Make sure they keep crumbling, even get shattered like that. And now all that healing he just cast on them doesn't matter at all. So that's why I really like Doom and Darkness in this matchup, but... He's doing good. He's at negative 48 leadership with that much HP left. Doom and Darkness would cause him to shatter, so they're shattering anyway. I'm just pointing out why I like that spell so much. And that was a beautiful air engagement from the side of Nurgle here. They went out on that huge. This I have less positive things to say about. When your opponent's just gonna degen box blob like this, you know all they want to do is get all your units in melee and start Mortis Engine draining them, so you need to feed them one unit at a time. You're not winning this fight. Like, Marauders are never going to beat Plague Bearers, so having two of them fight, you're just getting double drained double quickly. So there's no reason to do that. So, yeah. Your opponent's going to degen blocks, you just need to feed one guy in at a time and win with your other stuff. Like, the Chariot can cycle charge, that's fine. Your Rot Knights can cycle charge, your air units can do whatever, but as for the Marauders, you need to feed them in piecemeal. One's already Terror Rotting, another one's also going to go. Because the Bloodthirster is out trying to hunt the Angels of Decay. Other side has their own Angels of Decay. In a big fight in, I don't know why those Angels of Decay just landed on the Rotting Riders, but the Rotting Riders need to turn around. They need to turn around and fuck up those Angels of Decay, because they just made a massive mistake landing in you like that. And it looks like it's going to work out. These guys, a couple of their models ended up over here, but most of them are over there, and yeah, Red just threw away the Angels of Decay for no reason. That's a huge win. So that's 2 times in this match now that Nurgle has seen the enemy make a big throw and they caught it. I mean, if the enemy fucks up, you gotta punish it, otherwise it's not a fuck up. So really good stuff there. Angels of Decay falling back again as the Bloodthirster hunts them down. I wouldn't hate for them to try and land and see if the Bloodthirster's not paying attention. If he lands in the Rotting Riders, that'd be pretty huge. But the Angels of Decay have to quickly turn their focus onto the Great Unclean One, who's fighting dangerously close to the forest. They need to angle themselves so they're not shooting through the trees, because you're going to see a lot of those shots get blocked by these branches. But he's only half in the forest. They got to go over here and fire down where there's no trees. And they do land, so if the Bloodthirster's going to fight them, he's going to fight them right next to the Rotting Riders, who can immediately turn around and charge. You can see they were ready for it. As soon as he landed, red arrows popped up on him, so they're getting the fight. They are unfortunately taking the fight right next to the Great Unclean One. So it's a bit of a hard scrabble, but we'll see if the Rotting Riders can do well, and the Angels of Decay get right back up to the sky and start shooting. They're at a better angle now, so they should get some more damage out, and that is big chunks on the Exalted Great Unclean One. Not all from them. I know it's also Rotting Riders and whatever, but good target priority. Taking out the enemy lord reduces the leadership of everybody, but also take out that source of healing. With these guys can't just heal cheese you out at this point. Don't know why the Angels of Decay are switching targets. The Bloodthirster is harder to hit, and he doesn't matter nearly as much as the big boy. Exalted Grand Clean One. Just kill him. Don't switch targets, please. Focus down one. Fleshy Abundance Overcast. Gonna heal that up. Make it harder for the Angels of Decay to finish anybody off, as they keep going for the Bloodthirster. I think they're worried about the Bloodthirster being able to fly, and the Exalted Great Unclean One can't. That doesn't matter. By the time you use enough ammo to kill the Bloodthirster, you'll have used all your ammo, and therefore you need to come to the ground to get any effectiveness, so then your aerial superiority doesn't matter. So I think you need to use all your ammunition on this big boy, who has now just healed himself up so much. That was a big missed opportunity from the Angels of Decay. And now they're trying to turn and reshoot. Now that he's healed everything up and the Bloodthirster is free and clear to get into them. It's tumbling downhill for the poor Nurgle player. It started so good. Rotting Riders are getting slowly drained down by the Exalted Great Unclean One. The Plague Bearers are still just chilling as Chariots try and get through them. But yeah, now the Angels of Decay stuck in a bad fight with this guy. Their flag is over there. Where are most of their models? Most of their models are over here, and they're trying to shoot the Great Unclean One again. As the Chaos Lord Nurgle charges in. It's pretty good, but the Bloodthirster's almost heal capped. And splitting up that damage earlier is coming back to haunt the Nurgle player supremely. At this point, again, I can just fast forward it, because we're not casting for entertainment. We're just talking about it. But the Bloodthirster's going to finish off the Angel of Decay. There's all your guaranteed sniping onto this guy. Your Chaos Lord is a good duelist, but so is he. And your Rotting Riders can never get to him because he's completely surrounded by Plague Bearers. The Rotting Riders are just going to get drained down by this big boy. Spirit Leech tries to whittle him, but Fleshy Abundance heal once again. And the Chaos Lord of Nurgle just ends up losing out. Wait, Pyrrhic victory? Why did Persian surrender? There was no reason to surrender there. He was winning, but I think maybe he had to go, or maybe the players were in voice chat and he just gave it up saying like, yeah, I won, you know why, but Demons of Chaos was 100% winning there, so I don't care at all that he's the one that surrendered. You were doing really good, Scarbrand. You were doing really, really good until that one moment, and then it like all went to shit so fast. But your start was amazing. Got some amazing engagements, really punished when Persian made mistakes, but you had to focus down that Exalted Great Unclean One because he just got so much healing out when you switch targets onto the Bloodthirster. And then when the Bloodthirster got back into the sky, you needed to keep playing rope-a-dope with him. You needed to keep running away, and then whenever he comes after you, get the Rotting Riders out of melee, let them use their regeneration, and have them shadow the Angels of Decay. Because your Angels of Decay, you could just get them on the ground and keep shooting at the giant Exalted Great Unclean One. He's huge. You can keep shooting him from the ground, but then if the Bloodthirster ever comes down and lands on you, the Rotting Riders can rear charge him and get a bunch of damage out. And you did that well earlier, so I know you had that in your mind. I know you were playing with that, but like I said, you were playing great, and then at one point, it felt like you maybe got a little lazy or got a little distracted, and you stopped doing the tricks that were winning you the game, and then it fell apart from there. So, yeah. I think the build was good. I think your play was really good. This is a disfavored matchup for Nurgle, and we saw why. Persian made more mistakes than you, and he made more costly mistakes than you, and he still won. It's a pretty favored matchup. All right. Oh, God. Alright, I don't have any replays to go through, so I am going to queue up for Vermin League. I'll queue Conquest because somebody wanted me to do that, and then I'll be right back. Well, somebody matches me, but BRB. BRB! Oh, fuck, we got Flying Taco. Okay. God forbid I get to win a game today. I love that. I go from fucking Pigman into Flying Taco. Only fighting the pros today. Only fighting the pros. I got a message request from Jake. What up, dude? Kislev Greenskins. I'll review it after the series of Flying Taco. Okay. Wyvern Lake is the first map for Conquest. Wyvern Lake. What did I miss so far? I'm reviewing a bunch of new players' replays. Lost to Pigman 02. Missed if I answered where to send replays. DM me on Discord. Sadly, the hotfix made replays end early. Oh. So those are from before the hotfix? Alright, first map is set. We're just figuring out our global bans. I trolled him by saying I banned Ogres, which isn't true, but I did ban Dwarves. He bans Kislev. That's fine. I'll allow it. Wyvern Lake. I'm player 1. Okay, somebody wanted Chaos Dwarves with double Bull Centaur Torok. I could do that. I'll play relatively serious versus Taco, but I'll do that thing since they requested it like a really long time ago. So let's do Chaos Dwarves, Greenskins, Skaven, ban, and I don't want to fight Empire. Fuck that noise. Who's this good kitty? Hello, Mr. Kitty Cat. This is Ed, and he's a good boy. Who's my good boy, Mr. Ed? Ogres, no ban. Chaos Dwarves. That's a fine matchup to try the Bull Centaur Toroks, so we'll do it. Bull Centaur Toroks. Nom 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 nom. Yummy, 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 yummy. I'm a Bull Centaur and I'm a Torok. Nom 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 nom. Mommy, this stream got weird. It's okay, Billy. It was always weird. Yum nom 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 nom. Okay, so I have those things. Let us get some of these. Some of those. Yes, this is good. Yes, we like this. We like this very much. Yes, yes, this is good. Oh, yes, some of those. I will take some of those. Thank you so much for giving me some of this too. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you so much for giving me all of these good units. Oh, I like these units. These are such good units. Thank you so much for all of these good units. Oh my god. People are gonna be like, what the fuck? Is he losing his goddamn mind? Yeah, probably. Can I save 100 gold somewhere? I guess getting rid of you. Feels bad, but that is what it is. Then I need my Chaos Dwarf Rebels. Oh, he has a green flag, though. I don't want to have a green flag, too, because then people get mad at us. Oh, I'll stay with the red flag. Fine. Human Boy taking the Infernal Guard Great Weapon build? Nah. I took a serious build with double Bull Centaur Torok because people wanted me to try those. But aside from that, I built the best build I could. And honestly, as I was looking at the Toroks, this might be one of the best matchups to try them in because they're anti-large armor piercing, but they're also single entities, so the Ogres might have a hard time surrounding them effectively. Big single entities, the Ogres are great at surrounding and beating to death, but small single entities, they kind of get stuck on each other. So this might actually be a great matchup for them. Who knows? The rest of the build's pretty serious, and we'll see. Taco's real good, and I've heard rumors that he likes to kite super hard with the ogres, and it's really toxic. So we'll see. But it is Conquest, so I can just take the point. But I took triple Infernal Guard with Fire Glaives. We have 2 Bull Centaur Renders with great weapons that can do a lot of damage to large targets like ogres. Then we have an extremely cheap front line that the ogres will run through, and they'll probably charge a lot of army passive off of, but I don't know, I need bodies. Astrogoth is a teeny tiny little guy that's hard for them to surround, and he is a good caster. Then we have the double Bull Centaur Taurox. Both of them are naked, except for one has Guardian, because it applies Guardian if he's near the other one. So I thought I'd give both of these guys physical resistance. And then we do have our 2 Bull Centaurs with great weapons to help out. I was gonna hide these guys in the trees in case he scumlords me with like triple Scrap Launcher Kite, and yeah, I guess I'm gonna just leave him there. That's a really, if he does that, that's a really annoying way to play the game, but I guess it is what it is. We'll just deal with it, but it feels poopy to like keep these guys in reserve until hyper late game. Lead Belchers and Crushers. Okay. So it doesn't look like it's going to be triple Crusher, not triple Crusher, triple Iron Blaster or whatever, or Scrap Launcher. So I'm going to bring my guys out of the trees and reform lines before advancing. How do you kill their infantry? Good joke. Ogre infantry is the easiest thing in the whole world to kill. Or those Mournfang Cav with Iron Fists, Saber-Tusk Packs over there. Then we have Crushers in the back. He has a giant Slaughtermaster with Troll Guts. Yeah, okay. This is all panning out. So my Infernal Guard are just reforming lines right now. I'm not in a real rush to charge up there out of formation. So we're just trying to get into position. I'm in no rush. The point hasn't even unlocked yet. And when it does, I don't think this game's going to come down to the point. Not a fan of this build at all. Well, chat challenged me to take the double Bull Centaur Taurox. After that, it's the best you can do. I mean, Infernal Guard are great versus ogres. Anti-large, fire damage to reduce any healing they get. Nalba Trappers are really annoying to kill. They can be, yeah. Judging by his unit count, though, he didn't take that many of them. His Saber-Tusk Packs disappeared, so they're probably just sitting in the woods, like, right here. I'm just gonna send my guys into the trees to try and spot them. Okay, we can start moving forward now that my Infernal Guard are more in position. I do need to keep spreading out a little bit more, so they're kind of clumped together. You need point or no? I will eventually, but it's okay to sacrifice a bit of point presence to get my Infernal Guard back into position, because I had them hidden in the trees in case Taco was super Scrap Launcher kiting me. So, yeah. I just needed to be a little cautious at first. Actually, wait, no, I don't need to take that fight. I can just shoot. I forgot what those guys were doing. I just got kind of lost in the sauce for a second. Okay, that's what we were waiting for. So we're counter-firing with the Lead Belchers, which is great. You guys are waiting for that exact thing to happen. And Astrogoth is causing some disruption. We got a big old blob fight in the back. And we're still firing at Lead Belchers, which should be going okay. is my Bull Centaur renders, I mean the Bull Centaur Taurochs are having issues finding melee combat. One of them isn't even in melee combat, so they're just standing around like dickheads doing nothing. And we see the Sky Striders at last. Sabertusk, are you gonna fight? Why would you fight? No, get away. But I peeled off those guys. Astrogot's in here, but we've already lost one of our Bull Centaurs. Sabertusk Pack took a lot of damage, but the Mournfang Cav isn't taking any. And these Bull Centaur Taurochs are doing fuck all. So they're a trash unit still. That's pretty exciting. Now the front line is crumbling. Cause that's fun. Throw out fire damage here. I thought someone just got a heal. Yeah, so we'll negate a lot of that butcher healing as my Bull Centaur renders try and deal with that nonsense. Leadbelcher's still firing in. We got some good stuff done there. We'll charge over here. Single entities are now starting to do well. That all of my support has faded. They can actually reach the enemy. Now they're doing well. But I love how long they just stood around doing nothing. Oh, these guys are in melee. They just, for some reason, got the sleepy icon, making me think that they weren't doing anything. Mournfang Cav are trying to cycle charge through all my guys. And I am trying to stop them with my renders. Now I have Cascading Fire Cloak. You guys all need to turn and deal with this. It's hard to tell what's actually in here because the flags are all over the fucking place. But looks like most of the Mournfang Cav aren't actually here, so I'm going to charge over here where they actually are. And these Infernal Guard can try and fight for themselves as the Bull Centaurs continue to try and scrap it out. I'm going to have Astrogoth go a different way just because I'm worried of him getting in the way of the Bull Centaur Taurochs and they don't attack anything again because they're idiots. But at this point, it looks like he's just going to out-heal me pretty badly. How are our Taurochs doing? Not good. Not good at all. That is 2,600 value worth of single entity. Not doing a whole lot. Okay. Guess I'll try and take out the giant, but this game's looking pretty doomed because at this point he has full mobility advantage, so he can kite this game out as long as he wants it to take and just heal up whatever he needs to heal up. I'll take the fight with the giant because the giant can't run away from me as just kind of a last hurrah, but this game is over as Crushers and Mournfang Cav are going to come in. The Sky Striders will probably be getting healing next. I'm guessing that he has an overcasted Troll Guts for them soon. And even if we could take the point, like, we will lose the melee eventually. And I am very underwhelmed with Bull Centaur Taurochs. Because I got them into the fights they should be in. They were fighting Crushers, Mournfang Cavalry, and the Giant all game. And their value is pretty whatever. And that value has to come from somewhere. Like, and that's another thing to like consider when you're thinking about taking units like this is that is money I didn't spend elsewhere defending the rest of my build. Like, I had less cavalry to keep my Fireglaves online and things like that. So it's like, you know, you could argue that like, no, they were actually really good for this, this, and this reason. I'm telling you, they are not, because they're a very focused point of power that only take up so much space. And to make something like that justified, they need to fuck up that amount of space, and they didn't. They did. I wouldn't even say they did okay. So like, no. Bull Centaur Taurochs are still pretty bad. Oh god. Yeah, that's really rough. Because if I cut them, I get 2,350 gold back. 2,400 if I take off the chevrons. So you could afford a lot more with that. So no, Torok's still bad. Don't use Toroks. On to the choking pits. And his tacos pick. They cost so much as artillery. Yeah, they cost a ton. How do you deal with Cathay Crowman as the Skaven? It's a pretty tough matchup, but Night Runners, Gutter Runners are both pretty good at dealing with Onyx Crowman. The 360 shooting ones, not the sling ones. Alright, Taco goes Chaos Dwarves, Lizardmen, Empire. Ban VP. Ew, I don't want to play Empire today. That sounds gross as hell. Ew, disgusting, gross. My Skaven are still up. We could do Skaven, ban, Emp. This is a tougher matchup now. Lizardmen got a lot of buffs that are good into Skaven. Chaos Dwarves got some buffs that are good into Skaven, but I'd like to play Skaven at least once today. It's versus Taco, so I'm probably going to lose regardless. He's just a better player than I am. Okay, he went with Lizardmen. The thin glizzies. Thinking. Okay, so we have that. Okay, so we have those. But what else? But what else? Probably those. Where do I get that money? Where do I get that money back? Fuck. No, that's also too much money. Okay, this is probably fine. But what about Rippers? You guys suck versus Rippers. Yeah. Alfredino is wrong. That's what I'm learning here. Alfredino is a stinky, dirty liar. Well, he's not a stinky, dirty liar. It's just he had a build that was good versus what I was bringing, but I'm worried about what other people might bring. If they're not stinky, dirty liars. Okay, so you're gonna be an asshole about this. There we go. Should be alright. Take a good lord next time? I don't know if you want a bull lord though. Like a bull lord versus ogres sounds like you're just gonna get surrounded by crushers and instantly die. Astrogoth was literally invincible. I got into late game and he was still like full HP. I just got army lost, but not that Astrogoth could have carried that whole game. But Astrogoth's fine. Versus ogres? I like the Toroks when easy. The enemy gets easy value shooting at Bale Tauruses and train. Bull Lords are amazing against Crushers. I've had different experiences than you then. I've definitely had the Sky Striders just surround a Lord and then pin him to the ground because their Frostbite makes it so he can't get back up there. Ashkoth does nothing? He does nothing, but he also doesn't die. I don't know. I'm open to other options, but also, like... I'm open to other options, but I also am just not really seeing how, Oh yeah, the 2 Bull Centaur Taurochs I took was 2,500 extra gold I was wasting. That if I took other parts of my build, I think I could do a lot of heavy shooting and spread them out much further, and then have some cheaper cav to do a little bit of peel, and then Astrogoth just doesn't get Lord sniped. Because like the thing is, I'm thinking about the Bull, and it's like if I take the Bull, I go even narrower. And then I don't see how that works at all, because I felt too narrow already. I wasn't doing any damage, and the Ogres were just ignoring my good units and running everything down. And in the late game, there was like 2 Crushers, a Mournfang Cav that could get some healing, a Giant, Lead Belchers, and Nobler Trappers versus my 3 single entities. So if one of those single entities was a Giant Bull, and then the rest of my army was even narrower, I feel like we just get to that late game even sooner. So I don't know. Anyway... it's Conquest, and this map has a lot of terrain, so I'm just gonna set up right here with my Warp Lightning Cannon covering the point. I'm gonna put my little ratties in this corner. I'm gonna cut this off with spears entirely. And then we'll have other formation pieces over here, as the Lizardmen have taken 1,200 models. So we'll have a nice little Warp Lightning Cannon bank over here, close off this side, probably move these guys up and around to go take the point. And we'll see what we're dealing with from there. Wolf Rats to run down Skinks and stuff. Night Runners to do some skirmishing and look for Vanguard back here. In fact, in case there's a lot more Vanguard than I suspect, I'm going to put my Rat Ogres here as well. So if we can bottleneck this point, that'd be pretty good if he like puts like Nakai and Get Blom's Terror or something back here. Could be solid. Took Ikit on his Doom Flayer. His Doom Wheel got some nerfs, and his Doom Flayer actually got some buffs. This makes him nice and cheap, and I can have Flensing Ruin, because the Lizardmen have so many good single entities that I really need Flensing Ruin. Mutant Rat Ogre ROR, I played this versus Alfredino. That video was posted a while ago, but his Mutant Rat Ogre kept resetting Nakai's cooldowns, and that was really annoying, but he's also pretty solid at chasing around Quaddles, and Quaddles are quite tanky to ranged fire, so I need something that is fast in melee and can take down Quaddles. Wolf Rat's pretty good running down Skinks. Rat Ogres are pretty good at pinning stuff down. Clan Rats, Wolf Rats, all that stuff. Alright, so we're prepping for a corner Vanguard shenanigan. And if he's not here, then we'll spread out and head towards the point with the Warp Lightning Cannon providing Overwatch fire. Okay, there's no one here, so we can move on. Ikit already took damage from my overcast thingy. That's a bit annoying. You guys, spread. You, start firing at Mazda. And then we will advance up this side, as I move most of my forces over here. How do you stop the OP Yiffers? What OP Yiffers? Okay. Maz is going to hide behind that giant pillar, which I don't blame him, so my Warp Lightning Cannon is going to get some shots onto the Feral Bastillodon in the meantime. Okay. Since we're getting kind of flanked over there, I'm going to set my lines up more normally on this side. You're not a Skaven slave, right? Yeah, so you can head over here and block off those Colden Riders at that junction. So just keep buying more space for the Warp Lightning Cannon. Ikit Claw. Oh, Empire can beat them super easily. The ROR Demigryph got Glorious Charge, which is pretty brutal, plus their Terror. Boris Todbringer is still really, really good against them. Elspeth's Lord Sniping is incredibly amazing. Yeah, no. Empire's heavily favored in the Skaven right now, man. It's not even close. Empire's just too good at Lord Sniping, which is real bad for the Scabrinos. Scuttle and die. Alright, I'm gonna go try and pick off these red crested skinks and also put Mazda under pressure. As he moves up on my clan rats and stuff. Okay, move one rat ogre over this way. Night runners need to waddle around and be annoying. I just got Arcane Unforging? Okay. It's tedious and I didn't like it. Don't have a lot of good targets for the Warp Lightning Cannon, unfortunately. That Arcane Unforging onto Ikit was very annoying. Because now Colden Riders are harassing my poor Rat Ogres. How is he catching me? I have 26 more speed! Fuck you, charge bonus! That was some shit! Alright, do that. Because me and Rat Ogre's now trying to lock this down. Alright, so Mazda can just bullshit his way through things. That's fair. That's fine. We like that. And now, if I keep Mazda in a bad fight with my Mutant Rat Ogre while I'm shooting him and while I'm Flensing Ruining him, he'll be on cooldown, so he can't... Hey, Chameleon Skinks, nice flank. I don't know where they came from, because I spawned entirely in the corner, so I should have been able to see them. But Taco, you're so laggy! What the fuck? Anyway. Nice Chameleon Skink flank. I'm very upset that Mazda got to do that much damage to Ikit. That was some horse shit. And this game is way too laggy to play out. He's probably going to win from this point, I'm guessing. Yeah, he's probably going to win from this point, because he's collapsing all of my dudes here. So he's winning this melee really hard. And then Chameleon Skink's got a flank on my guy, and I legit have no idea where they came from. Ruination of Cities is out as I try and dodge it. And he gets 3 really good casts. Yep, that's GG. Okay, alright. FF that shit. Too laggy. Very unlucky. That was a very unlucky game. How did the Chameleon Skinks get around all of my guys and get there in reasonable time? Because if he spawned in the other corner, there's no way they'd get to the battle in time. How the fuck did Mazda catch Ikit and hit him with that bullshit-ass charge animation where he didn't even come close to connecting with me? How the fuck did his Ruination of Cities manage to go 3 perfect directions to hit all of my Night Runners? It was just crazy unlucky. He played great too, but it was also crazy unlucky. And Taco says his Chameleon Skinks were right next to me and somehow they didn't get spotted. That's fine. That's also fine. I'm just typing a Taco, 1 second. That was insane. Just how much shit went unlucky. I need to see this replay of the Chameleon Skinks. Can we please get a domination guide? I literally don't know how to play domination. Are rat ogres worth using in single player? Yeah, they're pretty good. Pretty good overall. All right, so where the fuck are these chameleon skinks? What do you mean I can't see those? What do you mean I can't see? They are right in my formation. He put them in the exact spot. I couldn't fucking see them. What do you mean I can't see those? And then he runs that close to my clan rats and I don't get to spot them? Are you fucking serious right now? Are you feedback? Yeah, I'll do feedback in a second. I'm just watching this horrible tragedy. That is some shit! That is some horse shit! Whatever, on to the next bullshit. So then Mazda's trying to charge me. Arcane Unforging fucking resetting all my cooldowns. Gets his charge attack as he charges past me. Doesn't even connect with me. That's fine. I have 72 speed. This motherfucker has 50. And I'm trying to run. I get stuck on my own rat ogre, but I'm trying to go. It's fine. Dogs got destroyed by the red crest skinks, by the way. He starts his charge again. He is outrunning me. All right. Let's see how this attack manages to connect with Inca Claw. Ah! He just gets him on the run while running sideways, hits him again! So now Inca Claw's below half HP because Mazda caught me twice with his bullshit-ass charge speed, and his charge animation that doesn't even connect with me feels pretty fucking great. Now let's see the Ruination of Cities as my mutant rat ogre tries to reset his cooldowns. Actually, yeah, my mutant rat ogre's resetting your cooldowns. How the fuck do you get the Ruination of Cities off? Hold on. How do you get the Ruination of Cities off? As my Overcast also does damage to me. So we're not getting any luck here. Then it gets away from the Mutant Rat Ogre enough to get his cooldowns back, I guess, is what we're looking at here. So we're blobbed up. And I see the Ruination coming. So now the Ruination's cast point is here, and we start walking this way. So let's see. Out of a 360 box... it has to go within this arc specifically to deal damage. We have to be in this arc to deal any damage out of a 360 zone. Pretty close. Pretty close. It's tickled both of them, and then the last one comes right down the fucking middle. I hate this video game. Warhammer sucks. Everything sucks. And that was the most fucked up game I've played in my entire life. Also, without all the lag, it lasted less than 3 minutes. Does only the Mutant Rat Ogre RORs reset cooldowns? Yes. Why is Ikit on a flare? Because... he is. Shush. I hate that it deletes all of your messages in the past, but Sippa, you're a well-known troll and I'm not in the mood for it right now. You know damn well why Ikit's on a Doom Flare. It's much less expensive than the Doom Wheel after the patch. This Doom Wheel got nerfed, took a big hit on its cost. And his Doom Flare is much cheaper. In this matchup, you don't have enough mass on the Doom Wheel anyway. If you get surrounded by Croc Scores, you're dead. Doom Flare or Doom Wheel. If you get surrounded by Colden Riders, you're dead. Doom Flare or Doom Wheel. If you're fighting a single entity, you're going to take damage. Doom Flare or Doom Wheel. So if the Doom Wheel doesn't offer you anything, it just costs a lot more. And you know that, but you've been trolling me in chat for a while. You troll me in Discord constantly, and I'm not in the mood for your shenanigans right now. I'm calling you out. You say so many times, you're like, this matchup's unwinnable for X Faction, and then I beat you on it, and you're like, never mind, I don't know, whatever. But you do that part quietly. You call me out publicly all the time, and it gets annoying. Anyway, moving on. That was crazy unlucky. Like, did he play fine? Yeah, he played fine. I'm not saying he didn't play well, but that was insane how much shit went wrong in 3 minutes. That is wild. All right. Okay. I'll review some more new player replays. I'd like to play a series against someone that's not so much better than me that I get fisted. That'd be fun. I guess Pigman isn't so much better than me. Taco's definitely so much better than me. And then apparently also gets lucky, and that just makes it even worse. Ugh. Alright. We have a replay here from Freya and Kaiju. Vermin League match between Human Boy and Sipo to settle us? No, settle what? Sipo's better than me, for sure. I get annoyed about his troll takes where he's just trolling for a laugh, but then when I'm not in the mood for it and I have to answer it, like, seriously, then it just really gets on my nerves. But he's a better player. That's not in debate at all. Like, he'd win that best of 3, for sure. For sure. Also, I really hate his playstyle. I hate playing against him. Like, triple Changebringer Kite's fucking toxic. Spell kiting with Tzeentch is fucking toxic. Like, he plays in a very, very skilled and very strong meta way, but it's my least favorite way to play against. Like, I just hate getting kited. It takes a lot of skill, and it's a viable way to play the game, but it's my least favorite to deal with. He also banned me for that. I'm not a better player. Yeah, that's probably true. Kislev is me. Yeah. Okay. So now we're back onto the, like, reviewing replays thing. For the Kislev build, Armored Kossars, 2 Kislevite Warriors, 4 Kislevite Warriors, 2 Zargard with Great Weapons, 2 Kossars of Spears, an Itrish of Tempest with Hawks of Music and Hailstorm, and then we have 2 Horse Archers and 2 Heavy War Sleds. Thinking. Heavy War Sleds got heavily nerfed. I don't know if you should take them, but definitely not against Greenskins, because you're against Greenskins. Greenskins have some of the most cost-effective, cheapest armor-piercing mass in the game, with Squigs and Trolls and Orc Boarboys and Orc Boarbobiggins. So it is going to be a cold day in hell, which, Kislev, it's going to be a cold day in hell when the Heavy War Sleds have an easy game ahead of them. They can work, but I feel like you're fighting uphill when you could just not take the Heavy War Sleds. Griffin Legion will probably do you better in this matchup. So in this matchup, I wouldn't take Heavy War Sleds. They're not as, like, crazy strong as they used to be. Your infantry frontline is fine. I don't know what the Zargard are for here. Again, just talking about Greenskins, you're bringing in a lot of anti-infantry armor piercing versus a faction whose only armored infantry is Black Orcs. And Black Orcs, they're not a meme, but I wouldn't even call them good. They are a mid-okay kind of unit. So you're betting on your opponent taking at least 2 mid-okay kind of unit for your Zargard to get a lot done. So I wouldn't take Zargard with Great Weapons here. I wouldn't take Zargard at all because you don't have anything to defend. Because basic Zargard are better when you need time for your ranged stuff to shoot. Zargard with Great Weapons are good at punching through armored infantry. And neither of those are going to apply to the Greenskin game unless you have a lot more ranged. But that's a very different build. So I don't love these two. The rest of the build's good. I like the rest of the build. Tempest Caster's fine. Personally, something's up with Hailstorm, where I feel like everything about its stats look good, and then it just doesn't perform, so I don't know what that's about, but Hawks is an amazing spell, especially versus Greenskins, so... I like your 2 spells. One of them has just hurt me too many times to believe in it. Overall, though, I think you're at a slight build disadvantage versus Greenskins. I guess I haven't looked at their build yet, but against generic Greenskin in my mind, these 2 units are going to struggle against all the mass and armor piercing the Greenskins can bring, and then these 2 don't really have a job, so that's... I mean, what are these guys? 1,300 gold a piece? It's 2,600. That's like 4,500 gold-ish we're talking about that doesn't have a home. So I think that's going to be tough. Yeah. So I think your build against Greenskin specifically needs a little bit of work. Now, if you took this exact same build versus like Grand Cathay, I'm much more on board. Because now these armor-piercing infantry are cleaving through Jade Warriors or something. Your Heavy War Sleds are causing a lot of disruption. And the stuff that can stop them are like Jade Lancers, which don't have armor-piercing, right? So if you take this exact build versus Grand Cathay, you and I are having a different conversation. But against Greenskins, they have low armored infantry, high mass, and the mass has the armor-piercing. So that is the exact opposite of what your build is built to deal with. Your build is great against the mass has no armor-piercing, but the infantry are heavy infantry with armor-piercing, so... I'm spooked. I'm spooked to start the game. On the other side, Savage Orc Borbobiggins and Orc Borbobiggins, pretty great in this matchup. You know you're going to be trying to take down some form of cavalry, whether it's Wing Lancers, Griffin Legion, something like that. pretty good. Orc Arboys and Savage Orc Arboys try and punish bear blobs is fine. Squigs and trolls are fine. And then a front line of goblins with spears. And then we have Wurzag, who has Here We Go, Fists of Gork, and Brain Burst to try and get through the front line quicker. That's pretty fine. That's a solid greenskin build. I don't have a lot of complaints. I think versus Kislev, you can grab 2 Snotling Pump Wagons and do a lot of disruption with those, but that's more of a this would be nice than a this is critical. This build's good. So I think on the build screen, I think Kislev is at a disadvantage here. What up, Brutus? Is there any chance we see a VC game today? If you send me a VC game... I put you in timeout for a few times. I remember that. I'm not denying that. Sometimes people annoy me when I'm already pissed. Because I hate losing, and I got my shit rocked by Taco, and I got my shit rocked by Pigman, so... I'm pretty salty right now. And we're trying to review replays, but it does feel like, as a caster, as the armies advance, I'm just gonna talk about other shit. As a caster, it feels annoying when you're, like, trying to give advice, but then whenever you play, you get your shit rocked, and you just feel like a fraud, and you're like, God damn it, like, I lost to Flying Taco and Pigman. They're very, very good players. But why no Giant Bear? Because Giant Bear bad. Giant Bear's pretty terrible. Kislev's doing great on the skirmish phase. I like this a lot. Not necessarily trying to use their chariots as chariots too much because the squigs and the stone trolls are right there. So if you charge through the goblins, you might end up right in their face and take some free damage. So I like just using the guns on them. Your skirmish phase has been pretty great. Now the goblins are getting in range of your pistols, and they're going to take even more damage on their little bronze shield 25 armored bodies. So, again, good stuff so far from Kislev. They're playing it correctly, but now things are going to get a little tricky. So your heavy war sleds have to fall back into your halberds. That's your only way of dealing with a broken tusk mob, because you don't have your own cavalry out here. You have 2 skirmish cav and 2 missile chariots. You can't contest the mobile game at all. So you're going to have to fall back. And this is where things start to get a little dicey. Now, those Zargard are going to kick the shit out of goblins. I just don't think it's going to matter, which is why I was shit-talking Zargard. But, like, they will win the front line. I mean, goblins ain't got nothing on Zargard. So we'll see. I'm predicting now, we'll see how the game goes, but I'm predicting the greenskins are going to kill your mobility. The late game is going to be a bunch of heavily armored infantry, and you're going to get cycle charged to death, but we'll see. Could be wrong. Kislev Warriors going to get their Buyer Blood popped. Savage Orc Warbiggins need to fall back now that that's popped because they're just going to take free damage. All those guys are unbreakable. Savage Orc Arboys get deleted by a Hawks of Mishka. Damn, that almost outright routed them. Now the Orc Warbiggins are trying to find any target on the back line is a great target as these guys run up against the wall. There's not too much places for them to go as the Boar Boys close in, and the heavy war sleds have gotten some nerfs. They're not going to survive everything all the time. And what happened over here? Oh, the thing, Effigy to get. He definitely netted the Ice Witch of Tempest in place as the archers shot him. That's a pretty good play. That's a good play from a Greenskins. That's not a mistake from Kislev. Like, there wasn't a lot she could do. Because what's she going to do, right? You might be like, well, it's a mistake to put her that far forward. I mean, to be out of range of Effigy to get in the archer, she'd have to be back here right now. And back here doesn't exactly look like the best place to be either. So the Greenskins just doing a good job closing in. I don't think that's like a Kislev fuck-up. But yeah, heavy war sleds trying to fight back against these Orc War Boys, and these Kislevite warriors are getting a great little flank off. Should be stacking up the value. I don't know why they're not getting any right now. And Kislev's front line is doing fantastically. With the Zargard and Armored Kossars versus just Goblins, that is how that was going to go. And now the Rusty Errors needed to back off. They didn't seem to realize that they were wandering into melee, which definitely happens. But just saying. Even though it's an understandable mistake, it is still a mistake. Good sandwiches in from the Boar Boys, though. Where some of the archers are wandering into melee and getting killed, that's a whoopsie. These flank fights are going pretty well. I am shocked the Savage Orc Boar Boys Biggins got their ass kicked. It looks like the War Sleds defended themselves quite nicely. But they're back against the wall. I guess they're able to just shoot outwards, but they only got 500 value apiece, so the most Kislevite Warriors, yeah, Kislevite Warriors did 700 gold value, so they killed both those Boar Boys. Overextending onto the halberds is pretty brutal. Now Stone Trolls and Goblins trying to kill Kossars, largely ignoring the full health Zargard, and I do think that is wise. But those archers wandering into melee and getting cleaved down by the Kislevite Warriors is going to be brutal in the late game. As now that front line is starting to turn around and come back, and Wurzag, no! Yeah, you need to move, buddy! He's getting pistol shot and surrounded by halberds as he tries to move out of here. The wall comes in now, but the Are we doing another Orc Boar Boy fight on top of this same Kislevite warrior? Stop it! Stop fighting on the halberds! Holy shit! I mean, good play from Kislev to pull their cavalry, their heavy war sleds back onto the Kislevite warriors, but definitely a mistake for the Greens because it's just AFK on top of the fucking halberds. Oh my god. They're getting so much help. Holy shit, they're just killing them all. I can't breathe. Alright, a hailstorm to intercept some of the incoming Orc Boar begins. Wurzag is taking a lot of damage from the Kislevite archers, and Kislev is pulling very far ahead. They dominated the front line like we talked about, and the back line was going good for the Greenskins, but they couldn't leave well enough alone, and they just like super hard committed to the fight. Good Lord snipe out from the Greenskins, that is nice. Kislev doesn't need their leadership as much as other factions though. They're just gonna start popping by our blood. More and more Orc Boar Begins are routing off, and Kislev's gonna win this one. So yeah, I didn't love the build. It wasn't terrible, I just didn't love it. But you played the early game great, and then the Greenskins made some mistakes in the late game, but yeah, you played really good peeling back your Kislevite warriors. Because the alternative there is your opponent doesn't fight on top of the Kislevite warriors and falls back, and then you get to shoot them free with your heavy war sleds. But what the Greenskin player could have done if they had perfect micro and hindsight and all that stuff that I also don't have, is if you go, fine, if you want to leave your Kislevite warriors and your heavy war sleds back here, our boy boys are going to rear charge your advancing front line of armored Kossars and Zargard and just get some nice value there by cycle charging. But that's like, it's a lot of micro and it's tough, and I'm not saying I played it perfectly. If you look back at my Bretonnia versus Dark Elf game against Pigman earlier today, I overcommitted my cavalry. But just because I did it doesn't mean it's not a mistake. You know what I mean? Like, I acknowledge I did that, I acknowledge it's a mistake, and my opinion's the same here. Even if I don't have the micro and the mechanics to play it as perfectly, it's like, objectively, this is the right decision, yada yada. Fighting on top of Kislevite halberds, objectively, the wrong decision, even if I did it earlier today versus Dark Elves. Like, doesn't mean it's right. So, those Kislevite warriors got in crazy value. Yeah, I like that a lot. Kaiju. It was Kaiju? Kaiju! I love Kaiju, but Kaiju, why are you fighting on top of them halberds, bruh? Kaiju should not be fighting on top of them halberds. I'm reloading the same game intentionally. I had something I wanted to show. Okay. So what I wanted to point out is something that the Kislev player has no mobility advantage here. He has no space. So the player with the mobility advantage, right? The Greenskins own the map. They're going to be in red because their color is red. The Greenskins own anything outside of this circle. And the Kislevites have anything inside this circle. And the problem is going to be when the Greenskins overextend into the enemy's territory and then stays there, and the halberds can come out and play. Because the Greenskins, to win this game, they have to acknowledge that all of Kislev's money, all of their resources, is inside this circle, and you have to win the game from outside it, using that space so that your archers can never get flanked and your archers can free fire. Right? That's one way you can win this. So the Greenskin's going to come in here, and this collapse is fine. But what the Kislev player does that's good, and you usually have to do, is his cavalry is ranged. So melee cavalry does not want to get stuck in here, because then they're useless. They have nothing to do. They can't get around, they can't charge, they can't rear charge, they can't do anything. But he has ranged cavalry, so they can get their effectiveness in there as well as out here. They're a hybrid unit, so he can do whatever he wants with them. Now the sleds are going to fall back. The sleds are a lot tankier, while the Kislevite horse archers, who are squishier, move in. And now the halberds are going to come out. So Kislev is expanding their area of influence to here. And now the Greenskins are fighting in it. Now this part is great. This is what you use your mobility advantage for. Is you're isolating the heavy war sleds. You should be getting good shots onto them. You're not doing too much damage yet because the heavy war sleds are still a little janks. Your Greenskins are going to have issues. But as the Kislevite warriors are coming out here, you need to exploit that you're forcing a small, slow build into your space. So then these Kislev warriors are not somewhere else, right? Kislev only has so many units. So what these guys need to do is they need to use their advantage, fall back into their own space, and then the Kislev warriors will be turning around trying to head back to their formation, and you can swoop in. This is what I was talking about at the end of the game. And now that the Kislev warriors aren't here defending these Costers of Spears, they aren't defending the flanks of the Zargard, you have to punish that. So, the Greenskins just committed too much to a fight out of their zone of control, which, when you have the mobility advantage, you gotta, like, you have the agency to take advantageous fights, and this is a disadvantageous fight that he's taking, unfortunately, for no reason. And then the other thing is, all this space secures that his archers can't be flanked, but he accidentally walks his archers into melee, walking them into Kislev's zone of control. So there were two big problems here that lost Greenskins the game, and they both have to do with not recognizing where they were stronger. With the mobility, where you can pick engagements, and with your archers being secure, fucking up with your archers and walking them into melee, they're no longer secure, you lost that advantage, and not picking your engagements, just taking the engagements that were offered to you, both cost them the game. Channel your inner rage into skill. I'm sure he's going easy on me. I mean, it's possible, but I'm going to comment on the game in front of me. I'm not going to speculate. Kaiju's a bro. I fucking love Kaiju. Kaiju's amazing. He's one of my favorite people in the whole community. He also walked his goddamn archers into melee. I can love the guy and ask him why he walked his fucking archers into melee. Both are true. Alright, Brutus sent me a Vampire Counts replay. I'll take a look at it in a second. We have Kislev versus Khorne. Scarbrand. Shiryuki. Didn't I review a Scarbrand game already? Hang on, something's afoot here. Hang on, Scarbrand sent me 2 replays. That's not allowed. I posted in my, What the fuck? Okay. I posted in my stream setup that only 1 replay per player. I'll review it if I feel like it, Scarbrand. Otherwise, I might just get into game. Because I want to play more games, too. Another thing I want to do is play a game and watch the replay and comment on it like I've been commenting on these, like what I could be doing better. Because sometimes when you review your own replay from a third-person view, and you have full perspective of the map, you're like, oh. And you have hindsight, so you can be like, oh, what should I have done better? So I kind of wanted to do that too.
All life must end.
So Brutus sent us this double vampire blob fight. But that's fine, because I'm not casting these for entertainment, so I can just fast forward through any boring parts. In a vampire-vampire matchup, how do I think about this build? 4 Cryptors is really solid, double Vargulf is solid, Claw of Nagash is pretty great, double Corpse Cart with Unholy Lodestone too, Jesus. This is so many random things. I don't hate it though. You know both of your infantry are going to be trash, so might as well just get all this draining and supportive stuff. Then we have Horse Manfred. No, Foot Manfred. Ooh, that is kind of wild. I see what he's trying to do. He wants the Sword of Unholy Power, so he's going to try and just sit in zombies and get infinite winds of magic. But that is really risky. Manfred only has 4,000 HP on foot, and if he gets a good charge from like a Blood Dragon Lord or something, he'll die in 1 charge. But there's no Blood Dragon Lord here, so a little lucky on that front. Other side for Pigman, he has Manfred and a Terrorgeist. He has his own Claw of Nagash, and then he went hard into Graveguard with great weapons. And the Corpse Cart with Unholy Lodestone. Out of the 2 builds, I think Pigman's is riskier, personally. I think Brutus's could cover more angles than Pigman's can, but who knows. Pigman sometimes sweats out his ass and sometimes plays whatever he feels like for the memes, so he might just be memeing here, but I'm going to treat it like a serious build. The Graveguard is a bit of a twist, but like, it's a twist with what payoff is kind of my thought, where it's like, I just said over here when I wasn't looking at the opponent's build, I mean, your opponent's not going to bring elite infantry, so you don't really need that many good infantry. Your opponent brought elite infantry. that might sound like a checkmate, but what's the angle? What's the point? Because there was a reason I said your opponent wasn't going to bring elite infantry, is vampire counts are really good at draining down infantry in long, grindy fights. So taking infantry seems weird. Kind of like taking elite infantry versus Skaven. It's like, yeah, most people don't, because fucking Jezzail's Poisonwind Globes, Doom Flayers, Ikaclaw and his Doom Wheel are so good at killing elite armored infantry. Don't fucking bring it. If your opponent happens to not bring any of those things, that doesn't mean I think it was a good idea to bring elite infantry versus Skaven. It means you got real lucky. Now, I don't think Pigman's lucky here. I mean, we do have the Claw of Nagash, so there is a lot of draining for these Graveguard, but it looks like Pigman's already trying to use his double breath attacks to kill off the Mortis Engine, so that's good. Good target priority from him, recognizing that his Graveguard can do a lot of work if the Mortis Engine doesn't kill all of them. Meanwhile, for Brutus, I think these double Vargulfs are going to be hunting the Claw of Nagash. It looks like they're already starting that now, which will draw Manfred and the Terrorgeist into a fight or push the Claw of Nagash out, both of which are very positive for Brutus. He wants that kind of thing. We can see the Terrorgeist comes over, but the Claw of Nagash is not in melee. It's not draining anybody. Now it's starting to move back in. And I suspect now that it's back in, I think those Vargulfs will get new orders, come over here and attack it again. And this is just the ping pong they're going to play. If you come into melee, we're going to bop you. If you leave melee, you're not doing your job. Meanwhile, though, with no air presence of their own, those breath attacks are really brutal on the Claw of Nagash. And in comes the dive. Now the Vargulfs have to get in there and punish that. Crypt Horrors might also have to join up and really surround those guys while the Claw of Nagash gets away. And if it can get away, if these guys get stuck on the ground and they can't use their breath attacks on it, the Claw of Nagash is literally unthreatened by the rest of Pigman's build. But a huge Wind of Death from Pigman up the line. It looks cool. It gets lots of kills onto zombies and skeletons, so who gives a fuck? But still pretty cool. The Vargulfs are not going to go after Manfred, though. They're going to leave that. This is really cool, actually, this decision-making. I don't know if I agree with it, but it's cool. It's not something I thought of. He's just going to throw Crypt Horrors at Manfred and the Terrorgeist. I thought he'd bring the Vargulfs over to actually do damage, but it looks like he's sacrificing damage, Brutus is, onto Pigman's Lord, but he's still doing the thing where he keeps him on the ground. He's like, as long as you're on the ground, my Claw of Nagash is safe, and it can go heal up, and my Vargulfs are going to take this moment to go kill your Claw of Nagash while your single entities are locked up. So he's completely sacrificing his chance to do damage to Manfred and the Terrorgeist and using it elsewhere. So that's a pretty neat decision. I don't know if it's the correct one. I actually don't know. That's not a situation I'm familiar enough to say 100% sure what is correct, but it's cool. Cool decision making. So the Vargulfs are successfully hunting the Claw of Nagash, while the green Claw of Nagash slowly regenerates up, but it is not currently draining a lot of these Graveguard over here. So that is something to be concerned about. Because Pigman, you know, if he keeps that Claw of Nagash away from his Graveguard, they can do a lot of work. They can tear through the Crypt Horrors, they can tear through all these infantry. It's just the Claw I'm worried about. Quick zombie summon to try and stop the Vargulfs, but I don't think these Vargulfs are going to be stopped. I think they're going to finish the job. As Manfred is taking a lot of damage, he didn't accept that he needed to just back out away from his Claw. He tried to path towards it, and he's now just sitting on so many Crypt Horrors that are beating him to death slowly but surely. He can get out of here. He can heal just fine, but he is taking a lot of damage for that zombie summon that he wanted to get in range and do, while the Vargulfs continue to chase this Claw around. The green Claw is back in the fight, draining down these Graveguard as the Crypt Horrors are fading away. Even without anti-large, the Graveguard with Great Opens and regular Graveguard will do good stuff to Crypt Horrors. Crypt Horrors have low armor, decent melee defense, but only when they're near a corpse cart. But there goes the red Claw of Nagash. It looks like it is dead, and Manfred has still not gotten off the ground, slowly losing HP. That is going to be very painful. His funny haha meme Wind of Death cost a lot of Winds of Magic. Ooh, he took 4 spells, too. He needs a lot of Winds of Magic to get use out of these spells. I don't know if he has it all yet. So the Claw for red team is down. Another Wind of Death came out and killed zombies. So Brutus gives him a casual thumbs up, as a lot of the green zombies are already dead. Allied troop count has lost 1,000. Pigman's troop count was only 700 in the first place, but 2 of his precious Graveguard are just about dead. They're going to crumble to nothingness soon enough. And the Claw of Nagash for Brutus is full HP, while the Vargulfs... Manfred dove into his own 2v1? Manfred! What are you doing here? This other Vargulf needs new attack orders to go hit Manfred, but it actually looks like he doesn't want this fight. Brutus is playing very cautiously with his Vargulfs. I think he's maybe worried about the Terrorgeist jumping in or fighting on top of Graveguard support. Pigman's Terrorgeist is AFK. Is that a bug? Did you send me a replay from a different patch and this isn't actually happening? Because Pigman leaving an entire Terrorgeist just AFK for most of the game is wild to me. I'm spawn camping you and find matches, Kaiju. I'm reviewing the other replays, though. They just spirit leeched a dead Mortis engine. That makes me think this replay is not from this patch and something went wrong. Brutus. Brutus, yeah, you sent me something from a different version of the game. I am mad and angry. That happened where you're supposed to win instead of losing. I see, Scarbrand. Well, I didn't know that. Don't send me old replays. God damn it. Alright. Sounds like we're gonna go fight Kaiju, so I'll review this from Scarbrand and then we'll go fight Kaiju. Because apparently the last one I reviewed for Scarbrand was on a different patch. Which is my fault. Somehow. People send me the replays they send and I cast the replays that they send to me because they sent it to me. Okie dokie. Scarbrand playing Khorne. Love that. Versus Kislev. 4 Horsemen throwing axes, the Hounds of the Blood Hunt, Marauder front line. Then we have Karanak, Montrose Great Weapons, 1 Chaos Warrior Halberd, and Scarbrand. Fine build. It should be from this patch, Brutus. It didn't say it was. Are you talking about the hotfix? Oh! Look at that Minotaur hit. Oof, I'm sorry. Dude, don't be. I'm just memeing. Shit happens, brother. I don't know how much of that was real, but from what I saw, I liked it. You played your build pretty good. From what of it was real. So for this Khorne build, how do I feel about it? Marauder Horseman throwing axes, fire damage reduces healing if Kislev brought that, though that's kind of an age-old meta. But armor-piercing throwing axes are never that bad versus Kislev, and they have good anti-infantry stats. Scarbrand and Karanak is interesting. I know some people really like it. I'm not sold on it yet, but like it is a thing that people do, so I'm not going to poo-poo it when a lot of people do it and it works out. But that is a lot of money into your Lord and Hero combo, all to do some sniping. Like Rampage plus Net plus Silence is a lot. It's a lot. Your front line's going to suffer for all that money you spent on these flanking forces, so just 5 Marauders of Khorne and 1 Chaos Warrior with Halberds is probably not going to beat Kislev's front line regardless of what they brought. And they brought a very strong front line, but it depends. It depends on how your Lord Snipe does. So as a build goes, it's a fine build for Khorne. It's not what I would run personally, but like, it is a thing that people run, and I understand what it's meant to do. So good build, I like it. On the other side for Kislev, just assessing their build to see if like they massively trolled, then yeah, you're probably gonna win. Kislevite Warriors, 2 Zargard to cleave through the front line. A lot of Kossars and Streltsy. Yeah, this is a pretty scary Kislev build, so if you win this, props to you. Gust of True Flight, I don't get the point. This map's really small, so you don't really need it on Little Grom, but sure, if you want to use Gust of True Flight, do that. Kislev took no cavalry, but they took so much range they're not worried about Khorne being able to skirmish them. I'd be a little worried about double Skull Cannon if I was this Kislev, but I guess they're relying on Little Grom to outshoot the double Skull Cannon. Which it could do. Skull Cannons don't do like any damage to single entities, but your infantry would take a lot of damage while you fucked around with it, so maybe a little risky against double Skull Cannon. That is not what you got here. Zargard enter the fray. They will massacre these poor Marauders. Say goodbye, Marauders of Khorne. And that Ice Witch is getting involved, though. She needs to be a little careful. She doesn't want to end up anywhere near Scarbrand and Karanak. In comes a Rampage. Scarbrand's just trying to draw a lot of ranged infantry out of position. And Punish is here. I like this. He's sending in his skirmish cav as melee cav while Scarbrand goes in, not before and not after, so that there's not a ton of range units that can just shoot Scarbrand while he's in here right now. I like that a lot. It looks like Karanak and Scarbrand are both trying to go for the Lord Snipe. This is risky in front of so many Streltsy, but maybe it'll work out. As Fleshhounds of Khorne and some of these skirmish cav are trying to stop anybody from shooting at Scarbrand in the meantime. But man, Kislev is shooting the shit out of these guys. Minotaur's almost dead on their way through the front line. Scarbrand has taken a lot of damage. Here comes the Lord Snipe, so they gotta make this work. They've pretty much gotta kill the enemy Lord for this to be worth it at all. As she's fighting back, Snow Leopard summon plus her, dealing decent damage to Scarbrand, while Streltsy and Little Grom offer support. The skirmish cav kill off Little Grom entirely. The skirmish cav also shut down a lot of Kossars, so I'm liking that quite a bit. But these skirmish cav that were sitting so close range and killing Little Grom, They need to get into melee, and they do as soon as I start to say it, so great stuff there. Scarbrand's controlling his units pretty darn well. Scarbrand being the player who is also taking the character Scarbrand, but both of them are doing well, as the Lord Snipe gamble seems to be paying off. This lady is going to die, and it looks like Scarbrand will live through the engagement. Now, with how much health is a question, but the Skirmish Cav flank has been fantastic. And the Lord Snipe's pretty good. She is starting to get away now. Karanak gets lost in the sauce a little bit as Scarbrand continues to try to chase her down. Fireblood's going to wear off in 5 seconds. Then I wonder how much HP she has left. But Scarbrand's catching up to her because charge bonus is a hell of a drug. And he gets in there. He gets a good shot on her back. And that will either kill her or she will shatter. So it doesn't matter. Kislev Lord is out and Lord Snipe seems to be worth it. But can the Streltsy counter kill Scarbrand? He's trying to path out of their range. Still quite a bit to go. Snow Leopard only has no health left. So it is gone. Kislev's frontline won, though. Khorne doesn't have much infantry support going into the late game. We are going to get down to 4 Skirmish Cav and Karanak, most likely, as Scarbrand's getting a little too low to participate too much. Even the Chaos Warriors with Halberds got massacred. And the last healthy Streltsy is under attack by a pile of Khorne Horsemen. And they back off after realizing they might be a little too grouped up, and Archer Fire is also costing them quite a lot. Streltsy do get their Bar of Blood popped. These Kislevite warriors are turning to fight the Hounds of the Blood Hunt as well. And can Khorne win the long game? Probably has a Sword of Khorne. As much as I meme, he definitely wants a Sword of Khorne for these Zargard. Next time, ooh, yeah. Next time Scarbrand has a rampage, he has to rampage these 2 Zargard and then drop a Sword of Khorne on them. That would be huge in cementing this victory. But I don't think he needs Horde of Khorne. His problem isn't melee attack, and I don't think he needs Undying Will. His problem isn't Demonic Stability Crumbling. It's killing this many infantry, which that's literally what the Sword of Khorne is meant to do. So if he gets a nice 2 or 3 man Sword of Khorne, I think Khorne can lock this game up. If he spends all of his Winds of Magic, his whatever you call it, army ability on like random melee attack buffs, that's not going to win you this game. These guys already have 32, and they're getting charge bonuses off. Kislevite Warriors, the 38 melee defense. I mean, not gonna make that big of a difference. Because if you're stuck in melee combat with Kislevite Warriors with cavalry, they're just gonna die, so who cares? Scarbrand's trying to cycle charge around. The Skirmish Cav getting rear charges wherever they can. They have tons of ammunition left to spend. But we need that Scarbrand Rampage Sword of Khorne combo. I am not being hyperbolic when I say the fate of the world depends on this. You wouldn't believe it? Straight to jail. That is a Parks and Rec reference that I got and I understood. So the Kislev forces have reformed. They're just kind of firing slowly out to push away the Skirmish Cav. Whenever the Skirmish Cav aren't in range, they're shooting at the single entities, which is the right way to do it, because then you force single entities to just stay in fights. Because if the Skirmish Cav are free and clear, they can keep cycle charging, and then the single entities can kind of hide in the chaos. But if you simplify the game down, the single entities have to do something. So Scarbrand's just dicking around. I forgot I'm not casting this replay for fun, so I can ×2 speed. Scarbrand and the Skirmish Cav get a good charge on the Kislevite Warriors, get some decent damage out, but again, Khorne is slowly attritioning out of this game. Scarbrand and Karanak. Without a Lord to snipe, they're noticing they're a lot less effective than they used to be. Nice job charging some things down, getting more army passive off of kills, but also just taking things off the field before you have to fight more elite troops, because there's that half-health Zargard and that full-health Kislevite Warrior. They have to be caught in the same Rampage and Sword of Khorne. If Khorne's going to win from this point, that kind of has to be the play, because they're pretty far down in the balance of power, and understandably, like, look how low Scarbrand and Karanak are. He hasn't cast Rampage in a long time. He must be saving it for something. Yeah, he's trying to group them up. He's trying to move, but Scarbrand's stuck in animations. Move, you stupid fuck! Rampage is going to wear off, and he needs that Sword of Khorne. There it is! We knew it was coming! We knew it was coming all game! Look at that balance of power. A big movement back towards the middle. All of a sudden, Buyer Blood is wearing off. These guys are starting to rout. Maybe, possibly. Kislev Warriors get their Buyer Blood popped. So do the Zargards. They're hanging on for now. But as soon as those wear off, Skarbrand can legit carry this game. If he doesn't, Demonic Instability crumble. Which he is getting so close. But he just needs to cycle route these Kislevite fucks. Balance Power's back to the middle. Everybody's routing now. As the Skirmish Cav and Karanak are going to help out. But Skarbrand's charging downhill into the Kislevite Warriors. Trying to get big collision attacks. He doesn't manage to get a big one, but it might be enough to get their leadership to crumble as the Buyer Blood wears off. Skarbrand with 700 HP is trying to carry. Comes in for the side charge. There's the big collision attack he was looking for. He also rolls through the Zargard and should peel them off, and that should be a game win. There we go. That is exactly what you needed, is the Sword of Khorne, grouping up the leftover units. Perfect stuff. You'll love to see it. Really good collision attack angles, too. Like that a lot. Good patient play there. Weird build to close game. All right, Martinius just sent me a replay to review, but I know Kaiju was waiting for me on Vermin League. So I'm gonna look at Vermin League quick. Just gonna see if he found a different game, or if he's sick of my shit. Yeah, he didn't. He didn't find a game, so I'll play Kaiju. I'll play you, Kaiju, and I'll do both. Teehee. So we have Martinius versus No Name. I don't know what No Name is. Rider of Rohan sniped me. You motherfucker. What up? Reviewing one more replay quick. Ban Dwarves. If you get lobby, that'd be neato. Okay, so Martinius wanted us to review this Jade Warrior frontline, Celestial Dragon Guard, Peasant Horsemen, Peasant Long Spears, 2 Iron Hail Gunners, the Jade War Drum, the Zhengdu War Drum ROR, Jade Lion, Zhao Ming, which is good, Alchemist. No spells, just both of his elixirs. And we have Onyx, Chrome, and ROR. Who are you facing? Beastmen? Okay, so all in the context of Beastmen. This got a buff. It causes terror now? No, it still causes fear. And it has a bound Jade Breath. Okay. I'm ready to be proven wrong, but I think the Jade Lion sucks, so I wouldn't take this unit ever unless it had terror, which it doesn't. So I think the Jade Lion's really bad. I'm ready to be proven wrong, though. It did get some buffs, and I haven't played with it since it got its buffs, but based on last patch and how I feel about it, I think that unit just flat out sucks. Chengdu War Drums are pretty good. I don't know if the ROR is worth it, but the War Drums in general are pretty strong. And all this is in service of making a nearly unbreakable frontline that the Beastmen can't rush through, including these Celestial Dragon Guards, who just wants to be completely stalwart here. And then he has a surrounding ring of Peasant Bowmen. But I wonder the oomph isn't quite there for this build. I wonder, because what are you protecting? You're protecting 2 Iron Hails. What if they can't get line of sight? I'm a little concerned, but I think he's worried about Gorgon and Jabber Scythes, which, if his Iron Hails can see them, they can shoot him pretty good. Yeah. I don't hate this build. I worry it has DPS issues. That's my main concern. So maybe more damage, but we'll see. I don't hate it, though. It's solid. It's a solid build. The other side for the Beastmen, just to compare... Centaurs are pretty standard. Centaurs are great weapons for some armor piercing. Minotaurs are great weapons. More Centaurs, a very cheap frontline. Torok's the Brass Bull to cause mass disruption. And then a Deathcaster, not a Traderkin caster. Interesting. Traderkin usually, because you know Cathay's going to blob up. Spearless and Fate of Being aren't bad spells. I just think, I personally just think Traderkin's better against Cathay, like, almost all the time. And then a Jabber Scythe to break up their box. So it's a solid build. I think the builds are about... equally good. If not, I'd give a slight advantage to the Beastman build, because I just don't believe in the Jade Lion at all.
Unbreakable!
Orders guide us to triumph.
What would an ideal build for Khorne look like in this matchup? Seems difficult to win without using Scarbrand. Valkia is still super good. She's a very low profile target for the Kislevites to try and shoot. And then she has the Spear Sleipnir that hurt their very tight formations. So Valkia is great. She's very good at Lord Sniping too. Does have anti-large, is a great duelist. And then she's not large for the Frostworm to get its counter anti-large. So I think Valkia is a better Lord for that matchup. You could pair her with Karanak and still get some good snipe out. Scarbrand isn't a terrible Lord though. We saw with incredible micro and great play, he can win it out. Kislev didn't shoot him as much as I thought they would. But no, Valkia is also very serviceable there. I'd probably go Valkia and then get Bloodletters, because Bloodletters are very, very strong into Kislev's front line. Bloodletters are quite good. Basic Bloodletters, not even Exalted. Exalted are also fine, but I think like 3 or 4 basic Bloodletters, oof, money. So I'd probably do that. That'd be the big change. I'm also a bad Skirmish Cav player though, so I wouldn't have the Skirmish Cav, so my build would look different because of my weaknesses as a player. Which is a weakness as a player. I should be better with Skirmish Cav. That's just a fact. But I know I'm not, so I tailor my builds not to rely on Skirmish Cav. Nice Fate of Unit start onto the Empress Crowman. I mean, they are a very strong, powerful unit, so it's good to try and take them out. And especially with their demon-like demonic instability stuff, getting them that low makes them next to useless as a unit. You might as well have just killed them. So, like that Fate of Unit. It's nice. What was his value on that? Yeah, that's a 640 value Fate of Unit. Beastmen advancing while I was answering some questions. Looks like they're about set up now, but the Beastmen player, whoever that is, his name is just blank. Good setups. Oh, that was a nice overcasted breath attack. That did a lot of damage. Spellmaster is only 100%, so I don't know where that extra damage came from, but it felt good. As he deleted an entire Ungor Spearman herd, then gets a rear charge on the Centaur's Great. So the Centaurs are already almost through the Peasant Bowman. So in comes the tricky part. Now the front lines are getting broken as Torok does a somersault straight through those guys. Go, Toroks, go. Iron Hail Gunner is trying to find something to shoot at. Where's the Jibber Jab? Oh, he's over here next to Zhao Meng. He doesn't want to be there at all. He wants to be side charging through infantry. He doesn't want to be dealing with the only good duelist that Grand Cathay brought here. As Toroks goes straight onto the Iron Hail Gunners, yeah, and he brought his little fire explosion. Doesn't do that much damage, but it just causes so much disruption. The Iron Hails are way out of position. Now, Centaurs threading through the front line. Really like that micro from the Beastman player. You can see the Iron Hail Gunners are a deadly force if they can ever get shots off, but that might just be the only shot those Iron Hails get all game. As Centaurs are about to get these ones, obviously Toroks and Centaurs getting these guys, and the Jabberscythe is trying to start that juicy charge animation to get away from Zhao Ming. It finally does get it off. It needs to keep charging things, just gain as much distance from it as possible and get away from the Iron Dragon, but again, gets landed on and gets stopped in place. Cathay's front line is doing fantastically, but the Beastmen don't really care about that too much. Another nice breath attack down the Ungor Spearman herds, taking them out. Ungor herd, I guess, is that specific one. And the Bray Shaman on his chariot, trying to do chariot things against Cathay, and that did not go well. He'll want to keep moving. I think he's trying to charge up his little dagger, his Hagbane tree dagger. As Iron Hails escape from the Centaurs, who have either routed or started to cycle charge, but Minotaur's coming in to make sure they get killed off. Their charge attack gets canceled, and they end up just walking into those guys. That's a bit unfortunate, but they got there all the same. As the Jabberscythe keeps trying to get away from Zhao Ming. Yeah, don't hate it. I do have Rider of Rohan waiting for me, so if the game slows down, I will be fast forwarding as I'm just talking about tactics here. Toroks is trying to find good fights. Ooh, he does not want to be in this fight. Hops right onto Celestial Dragon Guard, who are buffed up by the disdain for the disdain of the Dragon Emperor. Yeah, and he gets out of them, so good. He got away from there. As he's hunting down the Alchemist, we like that a lot. Now the problem is going to be all of these nearly unbreakable spears, because the War Drum plus Zhao Ming still being alive means they're not taking like leadership debuffs or anything. Those guys are popping in the leadership department. They don't give a fuck. ITP. Good snipe on the Alchemist. Bray Shaman of Death, I don't know what he's going to do, but this is where you really want Traderkin, man. If you had Traderkin for these 4 single entities and just side damage onto all of these halberds and shit around it, oh, Traderkin's so good in the Cathay matchup, because they're gonna blob. We all know they're gonna blob. They're fucking Cathay. It's what they do. It's what they live for. Beastmen take the point. As we watch the slow blob fight grind out, I'm going to fast forward a bit. Trox and Jabbersides trying to cycle charge their heart's content, but Zhao Ming is tracking them. Centaurs come back, get a little bit done. Jade Lion has been around. He's getting some value here and there. Trox tries to duel with Zhao Ming. That's not going to work, because he has that heal, right? So if he takes too much damage, he's just going to heal up. So yeah, Cathay played it cool. Played it cool, kept their formation in order. Really peeled for those Iron Hill Gunners. Zhao Ming was a constant pain in the Jabber's ass. I cast most of that game from the Beastman's perspective, but that's because it's very hard to talk from a box's perspective, because a lot of what you're going to be talking about is just waiting. You're just waiting for your opponent to do blank or do X or Y or Z. Whereas it was up to the Beastmen to get their cycle charges perfect, and they didn't. It was up to the Beastmen to get perfect engagements for Torox, and they got good ones, but they didn't get perfect ones. It was up to Beastmen to cycle charge with the Centaurs, and they overextended and stayed in the fight. So Martinius had a good build. He executed it. It just wasn't very flashy. I still don't really know if the Jade Lion was worth it, because the Jet Lion provides the other harmony. So I don't know about that, but the Iron Hail he did get to get shots off got a ton of value. Celestial Dragon Guard were neat. A good place for the Zhengdu War Drum to fall back to. If Torox ever turned his eyes towards shutting down that big support unit, he could fall back on a Celestial Dragon Guard. So I like that a lot. Good job, Martinius. And Zhao Ming was played excellently. Really solid breath attacks, great target prioritization, so you played it great. I didn't love the build, as we discussed, but I loved your play. Your play was fantastic. Fan-fucking-tastic. I'm not supposed to go there. I'm supposed to go fight Ryder. Late night game grind. That doesn't sound correct, because it's not late at night for Ryder or myself. Okay. I am determined not to get fisted by a third skilled opponent in a row. Ryder is pretty good, but I'll hopefully stand a better chance. Alright, we global banned Tomb Kings and Dwarves, and I am now into the game. Bitter Dunes, I am player 1. No! Skaven, Ogres, Greenskins. Ban Empire. Jepardu just sent me a replay that he wants reviewed, and I refuse. So it looks like this stream is going to be, I'll play this best of 3 with Ryder, I'll review any replays I have left and call it a day. Ryder goes Wood Elves ban Ogre Kingdom, so I have Greenskins or Skaven. Skaven. Greenskins struggle to kill Dirthu. So we will go Scabrinos. How's it going, human? Good, Muffin Master. That's a name I haven't seen for a while. That's a name I haven't seen in a hot minute. Or a cold minute, if we're all being honest. Oh boy. What is your favorite color? Why are you a stupid bastard? Where are the good spells? Because these spells are all shit. These spells are all garbage. He wants the good ones. He's got his whole build together. I just got my first I just got my caster set, so it's not great. It's not ideal. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, last couple times I used those, it did not go well for me. So let's switch it up. Got those. Triads could be good against Durthu, but the problem is he has Sword of Daith and Flock of Doom, which can just like insta-kill Triads. So I don't really know what to do about that at this exact juncture. How to deal with the Durthu? That's the problem. You don't want to over-index for Durthu, and then there is no Durthu, and you just wasted your time. Right? Because then that's equally bad for different reasons. It might just be this. And then you hope. Are Triads enough to truly take down Durthu? With Flock of Doom? Stormvermin and Halberds have a similar problem. Like, Flock of Doom and Sword of Daith is really good versus them. I could get a counter single entity, like a Hellpit Abomination, but then that feels like if he goes with Deepwood Scouts or Waywatcher Kite and no Durthu, then my Hellpit is just free money. And that's not good. In fact, that's bad. Hold on a second. I think that might be bad if I give my opponent free money. Because how do we make this work? Those. I need more infantry though. If I cut that, I can get 2 of these. There we go. That's a solid build. That's a solid build. I've been refiguring out this matchup since Durthu got Giga buffed and Wild Riders RR got armor piercing, so it's a hard matchup. It's doable for Skaven. I think it's probably even Skaven favored, but I am relearning it because I keep getting caught off guard by the 2 extremes, like Durthu and hard Cav rush or Cav and Waywatcher Kite, and you have to play them very differently, and I'm trying to find a build that can pseudo deal with both. And my old way of dealing with both was 4 Jezzails, because it used to be the Jezzails could kill Durthu or archers, and they could fire okay into cavalry, and then globes could clear out the cavalry too. But now the problem is, I don't know, there's just too much cav that the Wood Elves can take, so I can't kill it all anymore. So what we're trying here is a bit of a generalist build. I have 2 Triads to at least punish Durthu, and even though he might kill them with Flock of Doom and Sword of Daith, they can at least like get some decent damage on the way out. We have our Gracier for global leadership buffs to try and keep my Triads or whatever in the fight, but also every spell I cast is going to sap the opponent's vigor and speed, giving me a little bit more time to like shoot them and stuff. I took Blessed with Filth because a lot of units you'd think would have poison don't. And I'm not complaining. Skaven are plenty strong without poison, but like Eshin Triads don't have poison naturally. Night Runners don't have poison on their missile strength. Rat Ogres don't have poison. Doom Players don't have poison. My Clan Rats and Scave Slaves don't have poison. So for 4 Winds of Magic, just AoE poison is nice, but I'm mostly trying to spam out the vigor and speed degeneration for the whole map. And then I also took my Clan Rat Summon just to get bodies where I need bodies. So we have 2 globes to help deal with enemy cavalry. Our front line is pretty bad. Just 2 Clan Rats and 2 Skaven Slaves. But we have Triads backing them up. We have Doom Flayers backing them up for a bit of rush and a bit of infantry disruption. Because if he goes with Kite, Doom Flayers are pretty good at running down archers along with Rat Ogres and Dogs. And if he goes with Rush, Doom Flayers are pretty good against enemy cav. So it's kind of like I said, you gotta prepare for both. And Doom Flayers are decent at that. I'm still worried we don't have enough DPS for Durthu, but with 4 skirmish units, 2 Eshin Triads, and then like Rat Ogres are also armor piercing, Doom Flayers are also armor piercing, like I just gotta kind of hope we can deal with Durthu if the late game comes down to him. And if we can't, we can't, and then you learn from your mistakes. But I was thinking about going Rattling Guns, but what happens is the same thing that happens to my Jezzail builds nowadays. If I go Rattling Guns, is like, if the Wood Elf go enough cavalry, they just suicide some cavalry to take out my weapons teams, and then Durthu wins the whole game anyway, and I didn't solve anything. You know? So, I don't know if it really matters on that front. With that lack of information, why do you even cover your screen? With that leak of information? Oh, I was just talking about all my options. Rider of Rohan is a good enough player. He knows what my options are. He just doesn't know what ones I was currently going with. But it's a fair point. So we did go Durthu and a lot of Cav, so it's one of the two things we expected. As I pop this. I'm going to send one Dryad in towards Durthu. So we need to move up. One of my Night Runners fall back as if they're super worried about something. But they're not that worried. Pop some leadership. I'll throw out poison. Again, just trying to sap everybody's morale a little bit here. But weirdly, I'm the one that wants to be kiting him. Okay, I'm gonna path Doomflayers past this. Because I don't want my Triads to get charged by cavalry. And I just want an even, fair little fight with Durthu here. As these Triads are standing there like, go on, punish my globes, I dare you. We'll be here. Okay. So I have some globes over here that I did momentarily forget, but they're still going to get a lot of damage on these Wild Riders on the charge if they throw. If they throw! Throw! There we go. Really good, solid damage. Now with a rear charge into melee from my Night Runners, that should be enough to rout those guys off, and then I'll win anyway. I'm going to throw down a Bound Scorch over there. Rat Ogres run down these guys. Wild Hunters of Kurnos caught out my Doom Flares. That's just a mistake. So we need to get into this fight. There, my Eshin Triads, see, they got entirely killed by Durthu and they took out like a fifth of his HP. And that's one of the things I was actually pretty worried about when taking Eshin Triads to try and counter Durthu. Is they just kind of don't have the oomph to do it. As these Triads are doing good work. But, yeah. Durthu is too good at clearing out infantry for infantry to be the solution to Durthu. Okay, so those Rattors aren't getting much done. I'm just going to retreat. I thought I ordered you to drop a summon. The fuck? Okay, you guys are running off those. We'll see if they notice that they've rallied in time to get away from me. As these other skirmishers need to come back and fight Durthu for a bit. Lion Rat's gonna fight these guys. You guys are in a big old Cav bump and grind, which is usually pretty good for the side of monstrous infantry and chariots. Meanwhile, the Wild Hunters of Kurnos are being forced to chase down one of my things to the edge of the earth, which is not favorable for them. And I have Skaven slaves just walking along with these skirmish Cav. If I waste their ammo, that's fine. If I kill them, also fine. Okay, skirmishers, go deal with Durthu a bit more. You come over here, bless with filth to lower everybody's vigor and speed. Just keep taxing them a little bit. I need to get my globes in a more centralized location. My Night Runners did catch his Wild Riders, so we didn't notice that they rallied in time, so now these Night Runners can come back. Turn their fire at will off so they don't fire at shattered units that are walking past them like fools. I really like this engagement I'm getting, so I'm gonna keep all my guys here and just throw some support for them. I really need to throw out the Screaming Bell, but I wanted to get my summon out first, so now we bell. My bell has two purposes. It gives me vigor back, which not a lot of people remember, and it gives me immediate leadership, so it gives me leadership in two forms, as my skirmishers need to get back onto Durthu. I'll do that. They'll probably try and run away to dodge, and that's why I cast it at an angle so it still hit them as they're running away, because I've cast that spell a lot over 6 years of playing Skaven. I've cast that spell a lot over 6 years of playing Skaven. They always dodge backwards. So now Durthu is stuck in a fight getting shot at by my skirmishers, so I do need to spread out a little bit. Surrounded by rat ogres with a lot of chaff to keep him safe. Globes can peel off those dryads. I have a bunch of random useless units fighting cavalry in the distance. I guess this is a triad, so they're getting what they want done, but I need to get these Night Runners back in range while my other Night Runners continue to just shoot at Durthu. We're getting slow damage out as my Doom Flayers come back. And big problem with those Wild Hunters of Kurnos, but I still have one very healthy globe that I've really tried to keep safe so that in the late game I have something to deal with those Wild Hunters, while my Rat Ogres and Night Runners and all this stuff still try and chase down fucking Durthu. You, go get into range to deal with that. You, come over here. I have summons, I don't know if I want to use them yet. Durthu is getting low-ish. I'm gonna throw out a poison here so that they slow him down, but also the spell itself slows him down. And Ryder is trying to be sneaky and flank my poison and gloves, but I don't really want to let that happen. I have nothing left that can keep these globes safe, so my globes are just trying to make sure that when the Wild Hunters decide to come for them, and they will, my globes are ready to counter throw like that. They're reforming lines, but I'm only going to get one shot off, so I'm just trying to make the shot count. Because nothing I have left in my army can peel. Like, they can't peel the Wild Hunters off, so they're just stuck fighting it. It is what it is. So they got a great volley off for those globes. Love that for them. I'm going to throw down this Scorch right here to get rid of the Dryads as my Grayseer tries to keep chasing down Durthu. Doom Flares have done good work. And the Wild Hunters are slowly getting killed off because he is Durthu, so he doesn't have healing for his troops. I'm going to give the Screaming Bell quick so these Night Runners stay in combat. I thought I ordered these guys into combat over here, but it looks like they didn't quite do it. We have some rallying units I'll bring back to the fight. There's no Wood Elves out here to stop them from coming back, so that's nice. Back to my Grayseer, who continues to fight Durthu. Alright, so we still have summons if I need them. Currently I have infantry in this fight, so swarming more infantry on it isn't going to help me that much. And the Grayseer does have some mild armor piercing values, but also he has a small leadership aura a lot of people don't know about. Leadership and melee attacks. That's why he's in the fight with Durthu, is I really need my guys to stay in the fight and not terror out. And I also need my guys to get hits off, but everybody's starting to terror out anyway. So that's obnoxious. Now I'll use my summon now that I'm losing all of my support. As we continue to try and kill Durthu. Durthu's getting super low. Got some Night Runners back. Can't quite kill Durthu. The Wild Hunters of Kurnos instantly terror out my guys. So now I'll try and back off till I have another summon up. At least make them work for it, as my other guys are closing in a bit. But we've probably lost at this point. The balance of power is in my favor, but that is not how things are actually going. Durthu is nigh on unkillable at this point. My Caster Lord is a lot of my balance of power, but he's a support lord with nothing to support, so it doesn't matter. And Ryder still has a lot of cavalry to keep routing whatever he wants to route from me. I'll summon on his Wild Hunters of Kurnos. He got a little lazy and he left them in melee combat as soon as he saw the summon icon and to back off. And everybody's coming back to the fight, so let's all give them attack orders into this area. We could rally it briefly. He really shouldn't have let his Wild Hunters get hit like that, so that's a big whoopsie. And look how much damage they've taken. They're even going to rout. Rat Ogres countercharge so you keep your leadership nice and high. The Grayseer's trying to come over and support you. I have a bell in 7 seconds to give you guys a bit more oomph. Stay in this fight. There we go. Got the bell out. Unfortunately, it cost me health, but whatever. Last attempt to kill Durthu. We absolutely have to. Like, we lose this game if we don't kill Durthu, which is why I'm committing everything to it. You might be like, the Wood Elves are going to rear charge you. I know that and I accept it, but if I don't kill him, I lose this game. Because my Rat Ogres are only going to stay as long as that bell is chiming. See, as soon as it stops chiming, one terror outs, another one's going to terror out, so we had to try and kill Durthu. Durthu's down to 1,000 HP. Again, damn it. I've been taking overcast damage constantly from any of my stuff that has a chance to do it. Durthu is so low, but he's refusing to rout. Wild Hunters or Kurnos are even coming back in. And we just can't get rid of him. Fucking unbreakable Wood Elves, man. Today is just not my day. We can't seem to get a fucking win anywhere. Like, literally unbreakable. Look at these guys. 900 HP and they ain't going nowhere. Finally got the Wild Hunters out. Finally got Durthu out? Wait, Durthu's routing? Hold on. Hold on. Night Runners are somewhere. Hold on. No, my Grayseer terror routed, you fuck. Ah! No, we were gonna do it somehow. That's crazy. I mean, good game, Ryder. I'm still upset that I can't figure this matchup out. Fucking Wood Elves, man. The Triads were ass garbage. Triads were terrible for killing Durthu. God damn it. And you know who constantly tells me triads are OP and amazing? Fucking Sipa. Triads are terrible, dude. They fucking suck so bad. Collision attacks on most monsters make them terrible monster hunters. Ugh, yeah, triads are still ass garbage. This one got 900 value. This isn't the one that fought Durthu. Ryder accidentally piloted multiple cavalry into this one because it was stealthed. The one that fought Durthu got 300 value and routed off. So, no, triads are still ass garbage. Ugh, triads are so fucking bad. God damn it. Uh, all right. Why would you take Throt? Why? Throt versus Durthu? No, Throt can't take Durthu. Alright, Ryder picked some stuff. High Elves, Kislev, Dark Elves ban Ogre Kingdoms. High Elves, Kislev, Dark Elves? Empire's not banned. Empire ban Dark Elves. Ryder banned Tomb Kings, not Empire. And I have lost a lot today, so I will take Empire. Watch, I'll still lose anyway. God damn it. What up, Michael? How you doing? High Elves versus Empire. Imperial. Dun, 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 dun. She already have that? What the what the hell? Alright. So we have that. What else do I even need to beat High Elves as Empire? The answer is nothing. Oh my god. The answer is I've already won. How is this possible? Well, if I take those, don't I need healing? I don't know if I want to go healing. Healing sounds stinky. And we don't like stinky things. What do I do about archer spam? What if I take my own archers? I don't know if archers are good into high elf archers because they have Lothan Seaguard. Lothan Seaguard have shields like bitches. Wait a second. High elves are little bitches. I've cracked the code. I figured it out. Only pussies play high elves. This build's fun. This build's neat. We're gonna win. Fine, how are you? I'm okay. I'm 0-5 on the day in my games, and that's annoying me greatly. I'm very angered. Both my Skaven games have been a shit show. One was Eshin Triads surrounding Durthu, a large armored target with their anti-large, armor-piercing, armor-sundering. He had no support. They got 300 value before routing. They got less than half their value surrounding something they were supposed to kill, and it's like, okay, that's cool. Pretty upset about that one. Played Flying Taco, and we had like this Skaven vs Lizardmen game that was crazy laggy, and I got insanely unlucky. These chameleon skinks spawned right in my army, somehow weren't spotted, and then I moved on because I checked the corner to make sure there was nothing there, but he wasn't in the corner, he was just outside the corner, but he passed so close to my units, and none of them spotted him, and I was like, fuck! So we took out my Warp Lightning Cannon for free, and then Ikit Claw took 2 bad charge attacks from Mazda Mundi, who got some bullshit ass charge stuff going on. It was just like, all right, nothing about this working out. They had this Ruination of Cities that manages, it could go any direction, and it manages to all hit my 2 Night Runners it was targeted at, even though they were running away. It was just like, okay, fuck this game. So it's been a tough day. It's been a tough day. A lot of stuff not breaking Old Human Boys direction. It's been a decent stream though. Pretty good viewership. People seem to be having fun, so that's good. Okay, wait, I don't want swordsmen on the flank, so I'll do this on the flank. And then we'll have an extra halberdier in the back for if I need them somewhere. We have Demigryph Knights with halberds, the ROR Royal Altdorf Grephites, with their OP stats. I didn't take any healing for them, which could be a mistake, but I really want to take Horse Elspeth with Fate Abuna, Spirit Leech, and then her extra Spirit Leech Death's Timeskeeper. We have triple Hawkland Rifle to deal with High Elf Archers and Infantry. We have the Royal Altdorf Griffites and 4 Empire Knights to deal with enemy cavalry, and then a bunch of chaff that the High Elves struggle to get through at most times. Alright, they're already in range, so my Hawkland Long Rifle is just going to shoot at Rangers until something I actually want to shoot at gets in range. But we will go forward. Halberds don't walk directly in front, or we will miss some fun things, but Hawkland Long Rifle is going to fire at those archers. I'm also advancing my front line so that the archers don't get in range of my Hawkland Long Rifles. We're going to start Spirit Leeching that guy. Okay. And our Empire Knights need to keep the Hawkland Long Rifles online. If we can keep the front line online as well, that is a bonus, but not the intention. And the High Elf Archers are getting range of the Hawkland Long Rifles, so we are going to fall back just a teensy amount. Good breath attack down the side of my guys. Too bad I don't care about my guys. Okay, these spearmen need to redeploy. He's trying to draw me out. I don't want to be drawn out, so we'll back off. And now those dastardly Fireborn are trying to get in range. So let's all shoot the Fireborn for a little bit, as we use our Empire Knights to peel off our disintegrating front line. Keeping my Demigryph Knights back here so that no High Elves can just run rampant on me for free. Okay, falling back from that position. Hawk and Long Rifle still trying to punish the... Hawk and Long Rifle is trying to punish the Dragon Princes. As we continue to fall back from there. Archers up the middle. Do gotta try and stop those guys as they're now back in range of my Hawk and Long Rifles. And now we might start committing our big boys. As I'm gonna tell all my Hawk and Long Rifles to shoot that Lord. We'll see if he notices that I've switched on to her. And we're gonna try and really snipe her. I'm gonna Spirit Leech her and Death's Timekeeper her. So we're just gonna really go for the Lord Snipe, see if he notices and starts dodging, but if he doesn't start dodging, we can get a lot of damage out onto her. She's on the ground now, which makes dodging even harder for her. Taking lots of damage. Demigryph Knights with Halberds in the fight they want to be in. And the Hawk and Long Rifles not quite able to kill the enemy Lord. And we do have a Dragon Prince now starting to path through my front line. I'll try and stop him with Elspeth, but it's looking a little suspect. Demigryph Knights need to fall back. Get a rear charge over here. It's really my Hawk and Long Rifles have to kill that lady. That is my last hope in this game, is just a leadership shock. Spirit Leech just to make sure. Overcasting it feels bad, but that's where we are. And the Spirit Leech is going to have to kill her because I have other things to do. Demigryph Knights with Halberds fighting on top of my own spears. Get a rear charge on those guys, terror out them, and then turn around and fight the Fireborn on my own spear support. But in comes these Dragon Princes that have been a nuisance for us. I have Empire Knights trying to shut down all the archers in the back. Try and shut them down. Try. How did you get another heal? Oh yeah, your Earthbloods aren't coming from your Lord. They were coming from your Lore Master of Hoth. That's pretty crafty. At this point we've probably lost because a lot of my balanced power is wrapped up in the 3 Hawk and Long Rifles. They're all dying. My Empire Knights aren't quite able to kill these High Elves, and I think it was a pretty huge mistake for me to try and snipe out the enemy Dragon Lord because it was just a Beast caster. I'm so used to fighting Archmage of Life on a dragon, I didn't realize that it was a Beast caster. Look how far up I am on damage value, by the way. 1500 up. This game is literally hopeless. There's nothing I can do from here. Yeah, so I thought I was sniping out the enemy healing caster, but I wasn't. His healing caster was on the ground, so there was no point in me shooting her, and that was just a giant waste of time. Fuck. Yeah, so instead of using Spirit Leech over and over again onto a fucking Beast's dragon, I should have been Fate of Buning the Dragon Princes, but I thought that was the source of all of his fucking healing. Damn it. Fuck. Gotta kill the Dragon Princes. God damn it. Alright, lose. Queue up for another game because I am determined to get at least one fucking win before turning off the stream, because now I'm angry and embarrassed because all I've done is lose while also giving people advice on how to not lose, but all I do is lose, then what's the point? Stupid damn it fucking thing! I can't believe I spent so much time shooting the Beast caster. Did she even have any spells? She had just Flock of Doom. That was just a Flock of Doom caster I spent all that time shooting. God damn it. It's so sad. I'm so sad. Oh, I'm player 1. Okay, I have to deal with that. I was just looking at this. It's like the first thing is going fine. We're shooting when you shoot. Get range so we don't get killed for free. And then Silver Helms try and penetrate my backline. I do a lot of peeling. Yeah, and then we just throw Spirit Leeches out. Because, like, in hindsight, I should have saved up for a Fate of Buna for the Dragon Princes. Completely dick them. And then he has nothing to run down on my Hawk and Long Rifles, and then I can shoot for free. But, damn it, that looks like the Archmage of Life. It's even a very similar portrait. Because then the Earthblood saves the Fireborn in this fight against the Demigryph Knights. Fuckers. Poop, balls, ass, penis. Alright, we'll go fight Olaf. Olaf. What is the map? The Desert's Bounty, and I'm player 1. Alright, we're having a bad day with Skaven, so we shouldn't play Skaven. Let's go Skaven, Greenskins, Ogre Kingdoms. Ban... Empire. Our elves took the same. Yeah. No, it's just a misplay from my part. I still liked my build. Looking at it, I see how it's supposed to interact. There's nothing that's really like surprised me. Like my Wood Elf build versus the Tomb Kings, if you remember that one. I thought it would do pretty well against Double Cat. I thought it'd do pretty well against Box or Heroes or whatever. But like, he went with like full Chariot Cav Rush, Pigman did. So then you're like, oh, well that build is super weak to that. That build needs to be tweaked. I don't think that Empire build needs to be tweaked. I was just wasting so much Spirit Leech and Hawkland Long Rifle Fire on a Lord that wasn't even that expensive. Because it was a basic caster on a dragon with one spell. So it wasn't much of his build I was shooting at. And he also didn't even need it because it's a fucking Flock of Doomcaster. So that's just a mistake. Which, again, in the game, I thought it was a life caster. In hindsight, if I had known it was a beast caster, I would have known just ignore it. Keep shooting at the Fireborn. Because that's what the Hawk and Long Rifle should have been shooting. They should have been shooting at the Fireborn all game, but I switched them off when I went for that big snipe attempt onto her. Because, like, if I hadn't switched them off, I wouldn't have charged in my Demigryph Knights with the ROR, because I didn't want to get in the way of the Hawk and Long Rifles. So the Demigryph Knights could have fought the regular Dragon Princes. The Hawk and Long Rifles plus Fate of Buna could take out Fireborn, and then from there we have a much better game, but... Shit. Alright, Olaf's going Grand Cathay, ban Greenskins. I guess I go Skaven, because Ogre Kingdom sounds pretty terrible there. We'll go Skaven versus Grand Cathay. I played this on Turin's Faction War, and it was close. It was quite close. Down, down, down. Na, na, na. What was that build? Actually, do I have it saved? Yeah, I just have it saved. Nice, I can just load up my build. Alright. Bow. I need a snicky snack. I'll be back while he preps his build. Hello. Oh, no, no. I'm back. All right, we're back. My granola bar has been consumed. We are into game. All right, Skaven slave frontline, because Grand Cathay doesn't have any aggressive infantry at all, but they also have very tanky infantry, so clan rats are not going to hold very much. I mean, Skaven slaves will hold a lot longer versus Grand Cathay than usual, because Jade Warriors suck at doing damage. Clan rats will just get shot by firing rockets. And it's not like clan rats are ever going to beat Jade Warriors, so why bother? 2 globes. Help deal with the box, also help. As I'm thinking, oh yeah, kill Jade Lancers in case of a mass Cathay Cav rush. You have the Pact Master, Brood Horror, and the Lord. Let's just do a bit of single entity sniping, terror routing, cycle charging, some dogs to sneak into the back and disrupt a bunch of archers and stuff, and then we have double doom flares, quadruple rat ogre to charge through the front line and try and break into the Grand Cathay box, or if they are cav charging me, then, you know, countercharge cav. Okay, let's do this. You know what's crazy though? I'm super salty I've just been losing all the fucking time. But we have had some really good games today. Like my games against Rider and Pigman were pretty fun and pretty damn close. The taco games weren't that close, but they're still pretty funny. Like the crazy shit that was going on in that Lizardmen game just makes funny, good content. The Ogre Kingdoms game, it's flying tacos on ogres, so when is that not good content? So it's just funny. It's like, damn it, I want to win, but at least the games are good. That Durther game was hilarious. Versus Ryder, that shit was so fucking close, and then I just end up losing it. Nice little breath attack onto my Night Runners. I need to keep an eye on an awful lot. I'm just gonna go try and get a couple free hits onto Zhao Ming. Okay, he immediately flew up into the sky, which is expected. We have globes to keep those other fuckers at bay. Globes there with that. You charge over here. Dogs come up the middle. Zhao Ming is taking an extremely unadvised fight. Hey, buff him and hurry. Here comes the Onyx Crowman. I need to keep a dog ready for the Onyx Crowman. But if Zhao Ming really wants to be here, he can be here. Those are peasant horsemen? Okay, dogs can help with that. These dogs can help with the Onyx Crowman fight. More Onyx Crowman coming in as well. Then I have globes overextending because I am a big dumb fool. So these guys are toast because I fucked that up. Okay. Leave them alone. Leave them alone. Leave them alone. Our Doom Flares can come back, but We have shattered those guys, killed the Onyx Crowman.
Agreed, yes.
Okay, we're gonna surround that guy. The rest of you can go do other stuff. Those are Jade Lancers. Dogs don't do that much damage against Jade Lancers, so it's pretty whatever. Zhao Ming is taking fights against my Doom Flare. That will retreat from that. We lost this flank pretty hard. The other flank we won. So that's nice. Onyx Crowman, go get attacked by dogs. Hopefully kill those guys before they get off the ground. We've killed an entire Celestial Lion, which is quite nice. And then I got Skaven Slaves back. Ooh, that is exciting and fun and cool. Everybody loves Skaven Slaves. Dogs caught a couple of the Onyx Crowmen here and there. Reforming lines, still trying to kill that one fucking Celestial Lion. Okay, Onyx Crowman, Demonic Stability crumbled, my dogs are gonna run away. I honestly don't care about that too much. As we move up over here. Dogs loop around, back to my main force. Those dogs can run away, I don't care. And I know these guys have charge defense, but there's so many of us. They can't charge defense us all. And Zhao Meng is about to get his crazy heal item. We fight on top of these spears. But still buff up these guys, myself damage resistance, and then I really want to throw out another Cleansing Ruin, but it looks like I don't get it. Zhao Ming has now taken some damage here. Still taking a lot of damage. Getting some decent fights here and there. I do have Wolf Rats that I want to charge the Emperor's Crowman with. Undercasted Cleansing Ruin on 2 important single entities, or wait for the Overcast. Wait for the Overcast. That Celestial Lion is also fighting to the death. Are there any units that break anymore, or just mine? Is it are Skaven the only units in this game that have fucking leadership anymore? God damn it, look at it! Look at this fucking thing! It like literally had to die. My Packmaster is routing with half health. What the fuck? Why do I have the only units this whole fucking game that rout ever? God damn it! I hate this game so fucking much, dude. It's over. Everything was routing besides those 2 single entities, so Zhao Ming could just back off. His cavalry could run everything down and it was over. I hate this game. Fucking shit. Snipe out the Celestial Lion and this game is in good shape? Yeah, but like you have to literally kill it. Isn't it a construct? No, Celestial Lions are mortal. I routed that one before, it just came back. That is so fucking frustrating. That's frustrating. I made some mistakes on my back line. That right flank, I overextended my globes and lost those. So I know I made some mistakes. I'm just getting really frustrated where it's like, I feel like I can't catch a break, you know? Where it's like everything just kind of ends up working against you. Like fucking that Celestial Lion never routing. Okay. Tilted. Super fucking tilted. I would like to win one motherfucking game. That's all I want. Two Celestial Lions and Zhao Ming is so hard for Skaven to deal with. And again, the trolls who I occasionally have to time out because they piss me off when I'm feeling already negative. They keep saying Grand Cathay versus Skaven is such an easy matchup. What the fuck do you do about -8 leadership, remove ITP, manticores that are apparently unbreakable, and then Zhao Ming is also a fucking unbreakable, terror-causing menace that gets damage resistance and healing when you get him low. Like, it's really tough for Skaven to deal with, and I just get so pissed off. People are like, it's easy, and it's like, nah, dude, shit's hard. Anyway, he went Dark Elves, High Elves, Lizardmen, ban nothing. I don't know. I'm just kind of at that spot where nothing feels like it can win, so why play anything ever? Fuck. Lizardmen, ban Dark Elves. I'll go Lizardmen. They've been fun to play, and they're pretty strong. Great stream / idea. Thanks, Punchy. It's been a really rough stream, but thanks. We're having a pretty bad go of it, but thanks. We're doing our best out here, but thanks. Alrighty. Lizardmen. You are still super expensive, even with this. But if we must. But if we must. But then what? When you have everything, what else could you possibly even buy? I guess some of these? Some of those, perhaps? But their melee stats are so bad. You know what else is bad? Your mother. Ha! Got him. We have the same mother. This doesn't even make sense. Oh, I don't know, man. Nothing to kill the Fireborns. What's even the point? Why bother? Why bother trying? Give it up. You can't kill the Fireborn, you fucking bitch. They're just gonna kill you. They're just gonna kill you like they killed your father. Daddy didn't die to the Fireborn. Daddy died in a mining accident. A mining accident? In Oath One? Get real, kid. Get fucking real. It was the Fireborn. They killed your father. No. No, it's not true. The Fireborn would never kill Papa. They're the good guys. The good guys! No! No! You appear to be stuck in some sort of infinite falling hole where you occasionally fall past me. Stop screaming! We get it! You're falling down the super long hole. Oh god, you finally hit the bottom. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ! It appears the tunnel was made out of some sort of material with no air resistance or friction of any kind to slow him down, so he didn't reach terminal velocity. He just kept speeding up. And when he hit the bottom, he was going so fast he shattered the planet. Holy fuck! We're flying through space. The planet's exploded. Oh my god! Nakai's been fun since the boss. Yeah, I didn't take Nakai for this matchup because I needed a bunch of money to do other stuff. And I was worried he was just going to get netted by Tackless and shot by a million archers, which has happened to me before. Let's do this. We will get one win today. Is 2 Lancers and 2 Griffins in the same army against the rules? No. I don't believe it is. If it is, nobody told me. Alrighty, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna run a bunch of buffed up red crested skinks towards the high elves. They've been performing quite well since their buffs. I don't need their armor piercing as much against spearmen, but I need their high melee stats. We have Tanawin. He's a little spency on foot for what I would like, but I just wanted a Lord Flock of Doomcaster with a low profile who's not a Slann, because the Slann are very easy for high elves to snipe out. So I wanted to stay low to the ground. Then we have a skink javelin guy, a chameleon skink because I had some extra money that was awkward. Then we have 2 Arcs of Sotek to help me punch through that spear line. But they're terror, low profile, and the Arc of Sotek buffs. They can do a lot of good damage. And then we have Coldwind Riders, aplenty, and Coldwind Spear Riders. Even though I hate Coldwind Spear Riders, I was trying to find something that could counter Fireborn and Silverhelm just cycle charging my ass to death. So we're going to get 6 armor-piercing cav and hope that they are enough to stop the high elves from just cycle charging me to death. Hope. All right. So let's do it. Let's try it out. Enemy troop count's nice and low. I don't think the red crested skinks have melee stats to get through high elf spears. True. But I still need something better than like regular skinks. Regular skinks. After all their nerfs over several patches are not feeling bueno. The Fruit Rules update says you can have max Griffin Legions. Yeah, but you said 2 Lancers and 2 Griffins. That's fine. 3 Griffin Legion is the max just because that's elite cavalry. Like, you can't take, like, 3... You can't take 4 Dragon Princes, for example. Don't be insane. Hey, look, they have Techless. Does he have net? He does have net, which is why I didn't take Nakai, because I was just gonna get shot, and that would be bad. Score 1 for Human Boy. Even if I lose this game, I at least correctly identified the threats assessed against me and responded accordingly. He does not have a lot of cav, so we have to take the flanks and get around to those archers. Unfortunately. So, we gotta get flank fights going. Four Lions of Crace getting in there, causing problems for my red-crested boys. Flock of Doom under 3 units. Yeah. Flock of Doom under 3 units. Anyone? You pop that. You getting close to popping ears. Okay, Fireborn deleted a guy, but I'm going to replace that guy, and then I'm going to get onto the back line of that, and that'll be fine. Dragon Princes proving to be nuisances as per usual. To try and get around them, and we get through that front line nice and quick with some terror. That guy's gonna have to keep pressing up. We have surrounded the Fireborn. We are slowly trying to kill them. I can get a wraparound over here, but honestly getting the archers is more important. It looks like my Coldwind Spear Riders are gonna do okay without the wraparound, so we'll just do our best. Holy fuck, can the Fireborn just die? I've spent 3 Coldwind Cav trying to kill the fucking Fireborn. Yes, they routed. Am I gonna lose the rest of the game? For sure, but at least they routed. Sisters of Avalorn killing all my bros. You guys deal with this. And ignore Techless, because it's just gonna keep healing, so like push through. Push through. Push through. Coldwind Spear Riders lost against normal Dragon Princes in a 2v1. Fireborn are going to come back if I don't keep chasing them, so these Coldwind Spear Riders can keep chasing those guys. Flock of Doom, this massive sprawl. Hey man, we're just trying to kill Sisters of Avalorn over here. That's what we're doing with our day. I got Cold Knights back from somewhere. Cold Riders, I should say. Fireborn are off the map. Hooray! Oh my god! Oh my god, we're winning on that side! Holy fuck, we can do it! We can win the game! Oh! I'm so tech! Alright, Tehenowin is having a bad time. Surrounded by spears and enemy troops. So we are gonna try and run Tanny Buns. Run, Tanny Buns, run! Meh. I heard Sisters of Avalorn are rallying over here. That can't be allowed. Kill them! Kill those bitches! More like sisters of sucking that playing video games. I'm still under attack. Oh god, Red Brzezinski, save me! Fuck, there's more Fireborn! I mean, more Dragon Princes, which are pretty much Fireborn. If you don't think about it too hard. Look at all these archers rallying. Look at them. Look at these fuckers. Stupid pieces of shit. No, run away from the Dragon Princes. No. To end the win! Fucking him right there. Get in range, you stupid bastard! Hug your high elf brethren. Hug them! Hug them! Eh, you tried. I would like to win this game, please. Someone help me win this game. You go charge those guys. We have some sleepy Cold One Riders. Alright. You can charge that. That's fine. Spearman away the fuck over there. No one else is eepy right now. Henowin's a little eepy. I'll go fight a noble. Eepy to Henowin. Eepy bye. Alright, Red Crested Skinks, go chase that down. Chameleon Skinks, come help this guy fight Techless, but we don't want those guys to rally. Right. Coleman Spear Riders can join in the chasing down of the various high elf forces. We are getting some troops back. I'm gonna let that guy just sit and get vigor for a while. This noble is whooping Tehenowin's ass. Chameleon Skink needs to follow over here. Tehenowin is getting hunted down, and another regrowth is coming in for the noble. We don't love that. I will poison you. I will poison all of you. All right, we've chased some stuff off the map. These guys are still getting their vigor back. That is a flock of doom. Ow. Techless is kind of kicking our ass. Come on. 2 for 1. Get fucked on, idiot. Mr. Henowin's getting some good shots in on the noble. We've terror-routed him, boys. We've done it. We've done it. USA. USA. No, run away. USA. No, Tehenowin, don't die. It's Techless. Come on, you can't die. He sucks. USA. Fucking him. Kill those guys. USA. USA. Bro, what are you attacking with right now? Olaf, you got to attack somewhere. You can't just run away like a little pansy. Alright, I have Flock of Doom for if those spearmen ever even think about coming near me or my children ever again. USA! 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 Ow, Flock of Doom. Alright, so that guy's 76 speed. No hope my little red crested skinks can catch him. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, we're gonna go regroup with our red cresteds because there ain't shit I can do about any of this. You guys full vigor yet? Yeah, you're fresh. Cool. Welcome back. Noble might rally. How does the Noble have less leadership than the Fireborn, by the way? That's kind of messed up. Like, the Fireborn come back if they have any HP left. The Noble, he's like, nah, dude. Since I have Flock of Doom for Spearman, I'm going to Sotex Poison Techless so he has double poison, making him extra useless. Look at the balance of power, by the way. Balance power doesn't believe in the Lizardmen at all. I won a game! I did it! GG. That's funny. The Hanowin got 1800 value, so he paid for himself. Red Crested Skinks did great. Their value isn't going to show it, but they were a constant pressure that I liked. Coldwind Riders got turbo-fisted by their high elf counterparts, but it was 3v1 on each flank, so they barely clutched it out. And that says something, that they barely clutched it out in a 3v1, but they did. Holy! We won a game. Bloodpine Woods is the final map, and I have to pick a faction. Oh, gosh. Khorne? Ogres. Ban... I can't ban Empire again. I'll ban... Khorne and Ogres. What do I want to ban? I guess... Grand Cathay. What I meant to say was USA! 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 He said he already played Grand Cathay. I need to ban something else. That's my bad, but I am banning Grand Cathay. Was it a real win that Olaf brought Noble instead of Sisters of Avalorn? He brought Sisters. He just also brought a Noble. Is Flock good now? Flock is very, very good. Ugh, I can't believe Olaf's trying to trick me and say that he already played Grand Cathay when clearly that is not true. Oh shit! Okay, we have 100 people. Hold on. Everybody shut up. Everybody shut up. So you see this blocker? See this blocker right now? It says 1350 subscribers. We'll do a 20-hour stream. 13,000 subscribers. We'll make a build guide for every faction. You see this? You see all this shit right here that I'm shaking in front of you? Blah, 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 blah. You're not subscribed. I'm telling you, you're not subscribed. 40% of the people who watch this channel are subscribed. You need to do that, because if you subscribe, then YouTube will recommend us to more people. If YouTube doesn't recommend us to more people, our viewership stagnates. I go get a different job. I quit YouTube forever. So maybe think about that. Think about hitting that little subscribe button. It doesn't cost you shit. It doesn't cost you anything. You'll get notifications when my videos come out, but you don't give a fuck about that anyway. You're subscribed. Look at your subscription list. Look at it. I'll take a second. Look at your subscription list. Tell me you watch all of those channels' videos all the time. Tell me that. Just add me to that list. Add me to that list of channels where you check out like 1 out of every 7 of their videos and you wonder how they're doing. And if they live stream, you tell yourself you're going to watch the live stream, but you don't. You don't, because that's not how fucking YouTube or life works. But give me that free subscription anyway, because Google's too stupid to understand you're not going to watch any of my garbage ass content. Just hit the subscribe button, make the Google executives go, ooh, yes, Humor Boy's good. Ooh, this is nice. Let's pay him lots of money. Please. Please. Have to. You have to. Please. Okay, I'm done. Sub or gay? What if sub and gay? Alright, has Olaf picked a faction yet? He picked Dark Elves. Dark Elves versus Khorne or Ogres. That is Ogres. Ogres o'clock. It costs me money to sub. Wait, it doesn't cost you money. That's a channel membership. That's different. I'm talking about just clicking the little subscription at the bottom, the little subscriber thing. Alright, Dark Elves versus Ogres. A tale as old as time, a song as old as rhyme. Beauty and this bitch. Beauty and this bitch. This used to be pretty favored for Ogres. I'm trying to think of what would have changed, or if it's still quite favored for the Ogres, because I think it's still quite favored for the Ogres. Ooh, Cold One Knights did get pretty big buffs, though. Is that enough? Is that enough to make this a bad matchup for Ogren? I guess we're gonna find out. The ducks in the government doesn't want you to know this, but the ducks in the park are free. You can just take them. I got that reference. It's a good reference. I appreciate you. Let us cut a Nabla. Let us cut another Nabla. Who needs Nablas? They're piss ants. Shitty Nablas thinking they're important. You're not important. I'm the only one that's important. Me! Me and my ogre legions. Legions of ogres. Big ogres. Strong ogres. Many ogres. They go yum yum yum, and the enemy dies, and I go yum 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 as I collect my wins. I love how people are commenting on my post about the subathon thing, and they're like, a 20-hour stream is crazy. I'm like, you think I've got to 13,500 subscribers in a month and a half? I'm checking some messages, which is allowed. Blah, 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 blah. How long have we been streaming today? 4 hours. Okay. This is the last game of this best of three, no matter what. Win or lose. Best of three ends in 3 games. So after this, we'll review Jeopardou's replay sent us and call it a day. Sound good? I took my favorite ogre build. It's the only build I do because I'm not creative. Not really. I just alter the amount of lead belchers I need depending on the matchup. So we have a whole bunch of ogres. Yeah. End of build. End of discussion. A lot of nice cheap mass to run over witch elves and use our collision attacks to bring death and fury upon them. And then we have some extra ogre bowls, I guess, to just wrap around and be a nuisance. Saber-tooth packs, really high weapon strength, pretty high stats. They do good work overall. We'll use them to punch fools in the mouth. And then we do have Cold One Knights to worry about on the flanks, but I'm hoping Noblars might be able to throw some little shots over there. I have a Lead Belcher in case of Blackguard box, which with only 914 troop count is a possibility. So we'll keep them nice and safe, but if I need them to kite out Blackguard, then that's good. And then I have an Ogre Lord with Brain Goblin and Toothcracker as two good cheap spells to spam out his passive to heal himself quite a bit. So if Scourge Chariots or Doom Bolts are trying to snipe out my Slaughtermaster, he slowly heals himself up over time while providing nice little debuffs against my enemies and little buffs for me. So that's roughly that. It's a pretty simplistic build. Scourge Chariots can be annoying, but on a small map like this one, we can pressure them to the edge of the map at some point. There's not a lot of room to maneuver. Mass Kite could be a bit difficult, but I don't want to take too many Lead Belchers and then get just get like super hard rush or something. So he does have 4 Dark Rider Peter Crossbows, a whole bunch of Cav, and like no infantry, Sorceress of Shadows, and Crone Hellebron. Okay. Seems okay. Wow, that was a super high throw angle. What the fuck? I dare you to land those harpies. I dare you. Yeah, Hellebron's falling back, so I'm not going to pursue her too much. I'm just going to stand here. Lead Belchers will shoot. Okay, those guys are running away. Lead Belchers shoot on their way out. If those Harpies ever want to land, I'm happy to take your 500 gold. Or is it 650, honestly? Okay, Sled Belcher is going to keep shooting. Don't let my Nobbler Trappers overextend too much. Give my guys some armor. Okay, so that went pretty well for me. I'm gonna try and pin these guys in, as they might be overextended a little bit. We fire back over here a little bit. But we deleted an entire Harpy. That went pretty great for me. Now we have Nobbler Trappers shooting at these things. Okay, so they're just trying to kite back. We can maybe catch these Doomfire Warlocks. Don't want you guys to overextend, don't want you to overextend. And we do have some Harpies who are kind of back in the action a little bit. Okay, I guess this is happening now, but I do want Iron Guts to go over here. And I might be getting a good charge over there. Okay, that went horribly. I forgot to charge my Iron Guts in there, but also there was just a lot of support and nonsense, so I'll just take that as an L and walk away. Which happens. Can't win them all. I thought I told you guys to come back. Did I cancel that order? I swore I told those guys to come back. Fuck. Okay, well, they're not supposed to be way the fuck out there. Sandwich in those Cold One Knights who just got buffed with Rampage, but I don't think they have any extra melee defense, so we can still take them out a little bit. The Lead Belchers continue to run away, but there's more Cold One Knights. I swear I keep telling you to charge things, and then you don't charge things. It makes me pissed. Alright. Debuff them so that they leave me alone. Net this bitch. And something else just shattered there. Sleepy units that need to come back from being sleepy. Guess you guys can charge those spears because you're taking forever to get here. Here are some buffs. You guys continue to fight, and now our trappers continue to hopefully support. Helebron somehow got away, so let's turn and fight these Gold One Knights. And my Iron Guts are not doing a lot of damage to these spears, which is tedious. Okay, we've routed some stuff. Noblar trappers. I swear I clicked on the trappers. No, the trappers have to deal with that. You guys come back to me, because you can't possibly chase this stuff off the way I want you to. You guys turn and charge that, so you don't get instantly fucked. And I'll Brain Gobbler them to make them a little more susceptible to routing. Iron Guts gotta fall back away from that fight. I got some more trappers back somewhere. Alright, all you guys are getting chased off by that bitch caster, so do what you can. Flank charge onto this guy. Noblar trappers under attack, but they do that, so hopefully they get their tricksy traps out. We're getting some good damage across the board, slowly taking down the Cold One Knights. My god, they really fight to the end, don't they? Those fuckers don't give up for anything. Iron Guts are gonna rear charge this. My Saber Tooth packs rear charge that, and they almost got them. I'm getting shot a lot, so I'm gonna just debuff this, and then also I want to Brain Gobbler those guys, because that might make them rout in front of my Dudos. My Dudos are also gonna rout, which is not good. Okay, so we're just getting kited at this point. A lot of ammo left on those guys. I don't love that. More juicy, delicious kite. I love not getting to engage my opponents in honest combat. I love getting run around the map. Delicious, yummy. Can't tell from my sarcastic ass tone, I don't love that. In fact, I hate it. I hate getting kited. It is the worst. The worst of the worst. Did that bitch heal? How does she have a heal? I swore I did more damage to her than that. Whatever. So we're hunting down some fools for army passive. I guess there are still 30. I keep clicking on the flag, but the flag won't go. I guess there's still 30 models over there to go kill. In comes the Cold One Knights, who never break, because nothing ever breaks, I guess. And here comes the Cold One Knights that won't break, because nothing ever breaks, I guess? Bro! Just break! What the fuck? Get out of here! What is this shit? They don't even have murderous prowess! Okay, whatever. Fuck this, I guess. I wish I got unbreakable shit sometime. I'd love to have something unbreakable for once. For one fucking time. Cold Knight's getting side charged and they don't give up. They're routing by saber tusk packs, man. What the fuck? Just rout. What the shit is this? They're even getting rear charged and they're not routing. They don't have murderous prowess on. They could have more leadership than that. What the fuck, man? When can I get a goddamn break? That would be nice. Alright, this game's messed up. Cast the thing! Cast the thing! There we go. Holy shit. I am just having a terrible day, apparently. Noblar armor. Alright, that lady with 46 speed is outrunning my Iron Guts with 41 speed because charge bonus only works one way. It works for Mazda onto my units, but it doesn't work for my units onto anything else. No, no. That would be too strong. That would be too OP if my units ever got anything. Okay. Alright, he's just gonna super slow this game out and just kite the fuck out of me. I have no chance of getting my Butcher. I think this is over. I'm gonna try and take one fight onto Hellebron, and if he runs away like he is, I'm just gonna FF because there's no reason playing this out. It's just gonna be a super slow, super boring defeat. That was insane. That was insane. All right, we just had maybe the most unlucky day of Total War Warhammer 3 I have ever played. That was so shit. Fuck, man. I just had like the worst day. I can't get a goddamn win. Like I got literally a 1-game win, and it was super close. Could you pop the replay for this battle in Discord? Sure, I can in a second. Looks like you got to play more elves for that high leadership. Yeah, Durthu and his wood elves were unbreakable earlier. Dark elves are unbreakable twice this stream. High elves are unbreakable always, though that's kind of their thing. There was another. I think you've fallen off, man. What do you mean fallen off? Like, get specific with that. So instantly route those guys. This is just a mistake. I was gonna try and wrap them with the lead belchers because see how they're cornering themselves, but then I got busy over here, so I was microwaving other stuff. And I couldn't win that, so then I just backed off my lead belchers. I swore I gave this Slaughtermaster and his Iron Guts orders to come back earlier than that. How does she escape from this, by the way? Oh, they don't get like a good surround on her and she's just gonna slowly walk out. Because I thought I had her in that surround and then she just walks out, which is pretty brutal. So these Golden Knights currently have Murderous Prowess, which gives them 15 more leadership, so it makes sense that they hang around. And hell, even they route. This Golden Knight fully surrounded has 36 leadership. Murderous Prowess giving him 15, keeping him in it. And they fight to pretty much the end. Now Murderous Prowess wears off, so they're on their own. 144 leadership and they're gonna rout, yeah. Even shatter. Look at these fucking guys, though. 400 HP. They charge in. They're fighting. Down to 300 HP. Down to 200 HP. They rout my Sabertusk. 200 HP. They charge another Sabertusk. They get rear charged. They get rear charged by Iron Guts. And they're at 40 HP. And then they randomly shatter. I love that they randomly shatter. Even when their armor is reduced, yeah. All right. Chat is not reading the room correctly right now, and definitely not understanding that I am very frustrated. And just calling me bad at the game is not helping at all. Thanks for that, dicks. Alright, moving on. Jep wanted us to review this one quick, and then I need to end the stream because I have to go get lunch. It has been a long stream. Skaven versus High Elves, huh? And he went with the mass mass mobility. It's a pretty standard way to play this because it's a cursed matchup for high elves, so you have to get creative. You can't stay standard and you lose. Oh yeah, Sunset wanted the autosave. More losses mean better play when it counts. I don't know, man. It's been feeling rough. Like, I feel like I am making mistakes, but there's also some horse shit going on. Sorry, Tequila Sunset asked for a specific replay, so I'm trying to send it to him. Like, I'm not catching a lot of breaks today. It's been really fucking rough. Where, like, if there is jank, it has worked against me, not for me. I mean, there was a whole Flying Taco game that was just pure silliness and jank. Which you might have won it anyway. I'm not arguing, like, without the jank you wouldn't have won, but it's, like, really frustrating. Alright, I got Tequila's replay. So getting back into analysis mode for other people's builds. Why do other people even want my opinions if I suck so bad? Fuck. Anyway. 4 Night Runners is pretty solid against High Elves. Globes and the Avalanche Mortars is pretty solid against High Elves. And then you have Rat Ogres, Clan Red Spears. Yeah, it's a good build. Packmaster doesn't have usually too much to do here, unfortunately. Tyrion will body his ass, and then a lot of High Elf stuff has fire damage, like the Fireborn. So this is a risky matchup to take the Packmaster in. I'd be a little careful with that in the future. Gracier is solid. So, I like the build, maybe not the Packmaster. Aside for the High Elves, it's Mass Kite and Cavalry, pretty good against Skaven. You just want to run them around the map and then cycle charge them and lower their leadership and all that stuff. Eltharion the Grim can do okay. He has his heal, so that's pretty good. Still causes terror. So Packmaster in the encounter skirmish is trying to go deal with the other skirmish. Cavalry running in. Router is going to countercharge. It's all pretty solid. I like that you're reforming your lines and getting your front line into your back line where they all are, because now there's nothing over here. So there's nothing over here to be a front line for the High Elves. Big overcrush of mass pushes through the Skaven and gets a lot of their weapons team shut down, which is pretty usual. Then a rear charge over there shuts those guys down. So Ryder's playing it pretty well. Just dividing the Skaven and conquering whatever gets routed off. And now that your Avalanche Mortars are dead, you've lost the range advantage, which, as we saw with my Ogre game I just played, now you're about to get kited to death forever, as the Grey are starting to handle the Poison Globes. But at this point, you're just going to see the High Elves draw this out, use their ammo, cycle charge, heal up a bunch with Eltharion. That is if Eltharion doesn't way overcommit fighting on top of Rat Ogres and Spears. Alright, good, he's backing off. The High Elves are starting to bob in and out a little bit. Globes are going to rout. We still have 3 pretty healthy Rat Ogres. Not a lot of ammo left for the High Elves. And they're charging into melee instead of just using their ammo. It's a little bit of impatience there from Ryder. So Jep's grouped up as he has to. Like, anything that's been separated keeps getting separated off and killed. Packmaster's coming back in to help deal with Eltharion, getting some big damage in. But here comes the big leadership crush in from the High Elves. Blobbing up all the Skaven and then rear charging them on top of Eltharion. All the Rat Ogres were terror routing at one point. I think that one rallied from his terror rout already because he's not terror routing anymore. Packmaster's pretty low, but Eltharion is lower. The Grey have no more ammo. So nobody has any ammo. Eltharion's about to die to the Packmaster, so I think the Skaven have got it from this point. That was pretty good from Ryder, the High Elf player. He got a little impatient towards the end, but it was pretty good overall. Skaven played it solidly. Avalanche Mortars were there for a build that didn't end up existing. Nice soul quench in the back of these Rat Ogres. Then if he charges down as well... he would cause a mass rout there from his rear charge, but it looks like he's hesitant to charge on the Packmaster, but he's just going to get army loss while he's up in the air. Because his forces need him. They're all routing now, so army loss is going to come in. Waited a little too long on that rear charge to take out the extra Rat Ogres. And here's Howling Warp got to lock him in place. Yeah, overall well played by both. The matchup's really tough, so Ryder has to overperform to win it. But he did good. Tried his ass off. As for Jep, kept your shit together. Got a little pulled apart in the mid game, where it was pretty easy for the High Elf Cav to run you down in several different areas. That was brutal. but then you kind of reformed ranks and got it together. Rat Ogres got a lot of values they usually do in this matchup. Avalanche Mortars can do okay into Cav, but you were definitely hoping for Archers or Spearmen or anything like that to shoot at. It was pretty good. Pretty good. Love that for you, Jep. Ranked matchmaking, conquest and land battles. Can I get someone who is not a goddamn tournament player? Goddamned tournament player. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Found a match. Hardcore. I don't know if they're watching the stream or not, but let's hope not. I'll play Kislev. Kislev versus Wood Elves. Holy guacamole. Oh, they insta-readied. What the fuck? Okay, Frostfang. Death Frost. Arcane Conduit. That is it for Zarina. And wow, Armored Cossars are 700 gold. That is a lot of gold. Okay, we'll do 2 of them. 1 Kislev Warrior. Griffin Legion! Winged Lancers! Griffin Legion! Winged Lancers! Okay, we'll get some Cossars, get some Streltsy. What else do I even want? Man, things in the woods are expensive. Expensive. Holy crap. Those are expensive things. Could get the wolf hearts. That seems fine. Let's shoot some pissant wood elves! Healing Patriarch? Nah. There's not a lot to heal. Just my Griffin Legions, but by the time I get to them, like, 1 heal's not gonna matter. Because if they get caught out by the Wild Hunters of Kronos, or like, Waywatcher Fire, they're just gonna die so quickly that the Celiax Blessing or whatever isn't gonna heal them enough. Alright, enemy troop count is low. Good. I'm more worried about getting swarmed with this type of build than like a Durthu box, because I have a ton of shooting. I can shoot the hell out of a little box or a little blob. I will have much more issues if it's more like the Pigman Tomb King's build, where he just took a bunch of chariots and light cav and ran at me. Alright, we'll put Cossars on the outside, so that if there are flanking cav, they get to my shitty archers first. And then we'll have Streltsy and the Wolf Hearts in the center of the formation. With Kossovite Dervishes and Griffin Legions around to countercharge some stuff. Zarina took her on foot. Wanted to be nice and small in case of sniping, but also I like a wide Kislev army, so I generally go with a footcaster just to, you know, keep it cheap. So I can afford a lot of boys. Okay. Oh, alright. I mean, if you're gonna walk into this, then sure, I'll shoot you. Deepwood Scouts in the distance. Oh, yeah, this guy's fucked up. Don't see anybody on my radar yet. So we can keep going forward. Treekin ain't cheap, so And at least make them pay a little bit for this, though. We do have some Deepwood Scouts shooting at us. Deepwood Scouts have more range than I remembered. Wildwood Rangers coming in, so I'll deal with them. And let's go up the middle. I still don't see any flanking cabs, so we're just going to charge these guys. There's some great Stag Knights. I'll go charge them, but there's nobody on this other flank. Okay, killed those guys. I'm going to have a Streltsy fire over here. Where are those missiles coming from? Oh, there's Blade Riders. Okay. I'm trying to get it out of the way of my Griffin Legion so I'm completely ruining their charge. That lady just landed. Yep. Okay, so I got rid of those guys. I have Griffin Legion onto these archers. We're getting good damage onto these guys. We're taking some shots in the back from the Wildwood Rangers, but it's pretty whatever. There we go. Alright, routed both those archers. Let's charge over here. Keep Griffin Legion fucked up all these guys. I can win at video games, damn it. I can. I can. Sometimes. Net that bitch. Shoot that bitch. I can win at video games sometimes, just not often. Versus good players like Olaf and all the other good players there. It's just not very good. That doesn't mean I'm not good. It just means I'm not very good. There. There. What a game. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm actually a little curious. If the enemy has Derthu, what else? Derthu. This is something I wanted to test real quick. Sword of Death, Flock of Doom. And that's it. And I have Ishin Triads. I want to try Triads versus Derthu, and then I want to try Kislev Warriors versus Derthu. If you have to resort to Kislev, is it really W? Yeah, Kislev isn't that OP anymore. You're the best player ever. Alright, calm down. Alright, calm down. Alright, so let's see how fast Derthu kills these guys. He's not even using Flock of Doom and Sword of Death, by the way. I forgot he's on sandbox mode, so he won't do that. He's just fighting back. He didn't even use Flock of Doom and Sword of Death, and he slammed him! Oh my god! Okay. So then, let's see how the Kislev Warriors do. Yes, I am still salty that, I am still salty that my Eshin Triads did so poorly versus Derthu in that game against Ryder. And now I just want to see if the Kislev Warriors, who are 200 gold cheaper, still fucking beat them. Because they're unbreakable, right? That's going to be a big thing. Is they're unbreakable, so they're going to sit here and poke Derthu forever. And Triads still suck, and everything sucks. But I don't have Vanguard, so that's GG. Alright, so the Triad's got 200 value. Dun 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 dun. Let's see how much the Kislev Warriors get. Ah! Man, Derthu is knocking them all very far back. My man Durthu is just whooping halberd ass. Alright, hot take, they might have overbuffed Durthu, guys. We haven't even popped by our blood yet. This isn't even a quarter of our power. Alright, so that went a little different. 800 values. They got 4 times the value of my Eshin Triads. That's exciting. That's fun. Alright, Triads suck. To all the people who keep messaging me that I need to believe more in Skaven Triads, you're wrong and you should feel bad. Are we sure Durthu couldn't solo Kugath? Let's find out. Let's put him on very hard. Let's give him Durthu. No, let's give the other guy... Let's give the other guy Kugath, because Kugath requires a lot less micro. So we have Kugath, and then we'll do Fleshy Abundance, Plaguefather's Oration, and none of his summons, because that's cheating. So we'll just give him his dueling stats, and then I'll take Durthu. With any dueling stats I can find on Durthu. So I only took dueling stats, right? I didn't take anything stupid. Arcane Conduit, sure. Bestial Decay, yes. Children Nurgle, sure. But no summon. Fuck summon. Okay, then Durthu, what can you do to buff yourself up? Bliston's Wild Form? Yeah. Curse of Honor here? Yeah. He's ready. Try Clan Rats with Spears to compare? That seems a little harsh. I mean, those will lose. Alright, Durthu versus Kugath. 1v1. No items. Boom. Caw-caw! Caw-caw! Is the best duelist in the game in the room with us right now. That ain't quite right. Alright, so casting that in melee, he just stands there like a dumbass. Got it. Fleshy Abundance healed up Kugath, so I actually have no idea how much I've hurt him. Kugath's... Durthu's getting some lumps in. Oh, I'm missing an awful lot of attacks now. That seems unlikely. Hold on, that don't seem quite right. He is missing so much. Sorry, I stopped buffing him because I was just watching him miss for a bit. There was a point there where he missed like 8 or 9 attacks in a row. Scarbrand has 50% hit chance against Kugath with full vigor. Oh, that's messed up. 75 melee attack versus Kugath's 61 melee defense. It's like watching his value. It's climbing, it's climbing, it's climbing. It's at 742, 851. There's a point there where like he just stops dealing damage, so I'm really curious about it. That was a pretty long period before he got a hit in. That one was my fault because I tried to get him to cast the thing. I think this is the big miss streak coming right up. No, he's still getting a bit. No, actually that was the big miss streak. That miss. There we go, he got a hit in. Miss. Now he hits. He's getting a couple hits in and then he's gonna lose, but That was funny. I was just like, wait, they stopped dealing damage. What the fuck? Charge bonus also wears off. It's true. It's true. But counterpoint. But what if
Way Watchers! Immediately!
shoot that bitch? Okay, that went a little bit better. That went a teeny tiny, teensy little itty bitty amount better. Just a little bitty bit. Alright, I'm leaving. Subscribe if you want to or don't. No one cares. Nothing matters. I'm bad at video games and everybody sucks besides me. I'm great. I'm fantastic. You suck. Goodbye.